वाटर वो कर देंगे सर नंबर म्यूट
You can go to the Dennis Shang office. Okay.
Hi everyone.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Hi.
Namaste.
Dilip there?
Yes.
Hi, Professor Nasari. Hi, Deb.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Oh, afternoon here. So yeah, morning.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Special Secretary, Mr. Pathak, Ministry of Ayush, Advisor Manoj Nesri, Ministry of Ayush, Mr. Ramanand Garge, Deborah, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, Research Enterprise and International, Western Sydney University, Australia, Professor Danny Chang, Director NICAM, Professor Dilip Ghosh, our esteemed keynote speaker, Sri Krishna Khandelji, all the speakers, Dean Research, Professor Jonas, Dr. Raj Gopal, my colleagues, Professor Sujata Kadam, Suzanne Grant, Deep Jyoti Bhuyan, Sushan Matthew, all esteemed guests, Dr. Raj Gopal, coordinator, and those who have joined online and offline from Australia, from Embassy of India, Australia, from various national organizations, NGOs from Australia, Ayurveda Doctors Association. We have our directors, vice chancellors from our national organizations, various associations, students, and the faculty who have joined online. This program is live uh, on Facebook and YouTube, and everyone. And this is a great occasion where the two partners under Ministry of Ayush, NICAM, Western Sydney University, Australia, and India, All India Institute of Ayurveda, are joining together and celebrating the life with Ayurveda. This year, the theme is Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda, Ayurveda every day, everywhere. And we are celebrating 7th October is a International Cancer Awareness Day. So we celebrated with 3J, Jan Andolan, Jan Bhagidari, and Jan Sandesh. And with this webinar, we few minutes while we celebrated Ayurveda Day, Nikam celebrated. And following this webinar is on integrative oncology as an awareness about how we create how we support the ailing humanity who is to prevent this cancer, how to manage holistically, and how we improve the quality of life and survivorship through holistic and integrated management of cancer. I welcome once again and good morning. It's over to you, Dr. Raj Gopal, now. Thank you. Please stay with us. It's going to be a knowledge feast and most interactive session of the day today. Thank you.
Welcome all dear dignitaries and guests and participants of this webinar. To start with the program, the auspicious blessings of Lord Almighty we require, and I request our colleague Dr. Karthik for the chanting of Dhanvantari Stavana as well as lighting the virtual lighting of the lamp.
Shankham Chakram Janoka Dasatamritahadam चारुगोर्भिश्च दुर्भिः शुकपरिविलसन् मौलिमं भोजनेत्रम् काळाम्भोदोज्ज्वलाङ्ग कटितटविलसच्चारुपीताम्बराढ्यम् वन्दे निखिल जगवन
Thank you, Dr. Karthik, for a melodious prayer, offering our respects to Lord Dhanvantari, the Lord of Medicine. May Lord Dhanvantari bless us all and make this program a grand success and pave way for research and success in oncology cancer management. Going ahead with, I invite our Dean, All International Cooperation Cell of Ayurveda in the Institute of Ayurveda, Dr. Professor Jonas, for the welcome address. Dr. Jonas, sir, please.
Can you see the screen?
Everyone, good afternoon.
That's
I'm welcoming everyone to this international webinar on integrative oncology as a part of Ayurveda Day 2002 celebrations. Ayurveda every day, Ayurveda everywhere. First of all, I take this opportunity to welcome Secretary Ministry of Ayush, Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak ji, Government.
the video. I want the video of.
And I take this opportunity, and it's my pleasure to welcome.
No. I want the video.
Manoj Ministry, sir.
No, this is my. This is my
Government of India.
my
For his
computer video.
initial remarks.
Not
And
that video. Yeah, I know.
it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ramanand Garge, Director
I'm there. So
Center, Consulate General of India, Sydney, Australia, for his Consul General address. And at the same time, I'm very happy to welcome Professor Deborah Sweeney, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, Research Enterprise and International, Western Sydney University, Australia, for her address. And it's a very happy moment for me to welcome my own director, Professor Dr. Tanuja Manjunesri, Director All India Institute of Ayurveda, for her address as well as for chair the panel discussion. And even I would like to welcome Professor Dennis Chung, Director, NICM Health Research Institute, Western Sydney University, Australia, for his address. And apart from that, we are having 7 scientific sessions. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sri Krishna Sharma Kandel, sir, Visiting Professor, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, India, for the session on understanding and approach to cancer in Ayurveda. And later, second session will be by Dr. Vinita Deshmukh, Deputy Director, Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center, Pune, India, will be delivering a session on sharing practical experience in managing different types of cancer through Ayurveda. And in addition to that, I would like to welcome Dr. Pankaj Panjar-Khedkar, who is the Honorable Ayurvedic Consultant at Deenanath Mangeshkar Hospital and Research Center, Pune, for his session on highlights on the major single herbal drugs used in management of cancer. And apart from that, I would like to welcome Dr. V.G. Hudar, Associate Professor, Department of Gynecology, All Institute of Ayurveda, for his session on the sharing of experience of managing different types of cancer in Integrative Cancer Care Unit, Delhi. And I would like to welcome Dr. Sujana Grant, Senior Research Fellow, NICM Health Research Institute, Western Sydney, University, Australia, for his presentation on integrative oncology in Australia. And even I would like to welcome Dr. Deep Jyoti Bhuyan, Research Support Program Fellow, NICM Health Research Institute, Western Sydney, University, Australia, for the presentation on gut microbe, postbiotics and cancer. How can Ayurveda help? And last but not least, I would like to welcome Dr. Sean Matthews for her presentation on scientific Ayurveda and yoga therapy in holistic treatment of cancer. And apart from that, we are having different dignitaries for the panel discussion. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sujata Kade ma'am, Dean, Indian Institute of Ayurveda Goa Unit, Professor Dr. Manjusha ma'am from Indian Institute of Ayurveda. Apart from that, Professor Dennis Chang and Dr. Deep Jyoti Bhuyan and the other people for panel discussion. And even I would like to thank Dr. Rajgopala, Dean Research and at the same time Associate Professor in Department of Commerce, Institute of Ayurveda for comparing and coordinating. And even I would like to welcome Dr. Galib. Apart from that, I would like to welcome all the faculty members and the PG and PhD scholars who joined online and offline. And at the same time, the department of particularly the Ayush Ministry is they're thanking all the partners from the MOU partners as well as the other scientists as well as all the other people who joined from different parts of the globe to this webinar on integrative oncology. Thank you, one and all. I welcome everyone once again for this webinar. Thank you.
So thank you for this international webinar on integrative oncology. To begin with, may I request Sri Pramod Kumar Pathakji, Special Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. He is the great supporter and he is also heading the international cooperation wing of Ministry of Ayush. Under his visionary leadership, various international collaborative programs and establishing chair in NICAM and various other activities have been facilitated. May I request Professor Mr. Sri P.K. Pathakji for your uh, address to the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Tanvija Nisri. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Namaste from Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to all the distinguished participants. Is it my sound is clear?
There is echo, sir. At two systems, one has to be logged in out.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Namaste from Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to all the distinguished participants. Professor Devra Sweeney, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, Research Enterprise and International, Western Sydney University. Mr. Ramanand Garge, Director, Swami Vivekanand Cultural Center, Consulate General of India, Sydney. Professor Dennis Chang, Director, NICM Health Research Center. Dr. Dilip Ghosh and team from Australia. Dr. Manoj Nesri, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Professor Tanuja Nesri, Director, All India Institute of Ayurveda. Professor Jonah, Dean, International Section, and the entire team of All India Institute of Ayurveda from India. As you are all aware, we are celebrating Ayurveda Day in this year in a very, very grand manner, and we have ensured people's participation in absorbing Ayurveda in their day-to-day life. I am happy to see that this activity is being celebrated in connection with the Ayurveda Day celebration 2022, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and Ayurveda at 2047, Azadi Ka Amrit Kal. Renowned speakers, Dr. Khandel, Dr. Vinita, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Hudar from India, and Dr. Suzanne, Dr. Deep Jyoti, Dr. Sean from Australia in the field of oncology are sharing their experience during these deliberations. I welcome and compliment all the experts, speakers, along with participants from both sides. At the outset, I would like to appreciate and congratulate both the organizers for organizing this international webinar on integrative oncology in connection with 7th Ayurveda Day celebrations. The theme was Har Din, Har Ghar Ayurveda, means every day in every household, Ayurveda should be there. Where the scientificity of Ayurveda goes through the society and revolutionizes the public by messages encouraging their maximum participation. Ayurveda, the ancient Indian medical wisdom, is now well recognized globally for its holistic approach and complete care. I am happy to inform that WHO has decided to set up Global Center of Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, Gujarat, India this year, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, Director General of WHO and Prime Minister Mauritius. It is really heartening to see that experts and researchers from Australia started working on various aspects of Ayurveda to explore scientific rationale and further to cater the needs of global health. Ayurveda showed plenty of evidences in the prevention and management of various non-communicable chronic conditions such as cancer through its holistic approach. We all are aware about the impact of cancer in human life globally. It is one of the leading causes of death worldwide, accounting for nearly 10 million deaths in 2020, or nearly 1 in 6 deaths. I hope today we shall be able to understand the cancer in reference to Ayurvedic biology in terms of Tridosh, Saptadhatus, Agni, and its role in integrative care. An integrative approach with Ayurveda to oncology may help in developing tailor-made treatment approaches based on Prakriti, clinical features, diagnosis treatment, diet, and family socio-economic status. I wish to mention here that All India Institute of Ayurveda has signed MOUs with ICMR, NICPR, and with NCI, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and working in the area of integrative oncology. These MOUs are anticipated to open new avenues in the therapeutics of oncology. Welcome NICM to join hands together in developing. Mention at this point that Ministry of Ayush is establishing an Ayurveda chair at Western Sydney University, Australia, with an objective of popularizing Ayurveda in Western Pacific region of WHO. Under the MOU activity, Western Sydney University has offered a fellowship program of 6 months for young researchers. This fellowship program is anticipating to boost the budding professional scholars. I hope the deliberation will pave way to develop policies in the benefit of global healthcare. My best wishes to the organizers and speakers for both the countries for an astounding success. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for invoking inaugural address, ministerial address from your side. Professor Pathak sir is in charge of international cooperation activities of Ministry of Ayush, and he is always our supporting backbone to the activities of All Indian Institute of Ayurveda. Thank you very much, sir. Now I will invite another person from the Ministry of Ayush, who is again supporting us in all our activities, none other than Dr. Manoj Nesri, sir, who is the advisor, Government of India, Ministry of Ayush. Sir, please deliver your address.
Thank you, Rajgopal. Good morning to all those who have joined from India, and all those who had good afternoon to all those who have joined from Australia. Respected Special Secretary Mr. Pramod Kumar Pathak ji, the Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, Professor Dr. Tanuja Nesri, the Director of NCICM or NICM, Dr. Dennis Chang, the Director of Swami Vivekanand Cultural Center, Sri Ramnathan, the other dignitaries, Dr. Deborah, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, Professor Sujata Kadam, all the faculty from All India Institute, as well as the NICM, Western Sydney University, Dr. Khandel, who is the Guru Nam Guru, and all other experts. I really appreciate that both the organizations, those who have signed the MOU, so you had taken this initiative of celebrating this Ayurveda Day, and the theme, as we know, that it is Har Ghar Har Din Ayurveda, that is Ayurveda every day, each home. And especially when we are talking about the preventive oncology and in the cancer, I think that the Har Ghar Har Din Ayurveda, that is Ayurveda every day, every home, so it is directly connected with the cancer because there are hundreds and thousands of reasons why the cancer is there. So whether it is the continuous inflammatory process which is going in the body, whether it is the fixation of all the three doshas, whether they are the various toxins and poisons which are going into our body, whether through the various chemicals and fertilizers or the pollution. So all these aspects, so they are responsible, and as well as the aging process. So these are the various causes which are responsible for the cancer, and with the following the various the regimes mentioned in the Ayurveda, like the Dinacharya and Rutucharya, as well as the various dietary precautions. So it is possible that we can eliminate all these toxins out of the body. We can maintain the biological functioning of the various tissues in the body. Mr. Pathak just now mentioned about the dosh and dhatu, and I really appreciate that even being the administrator at the very top level, at the level of the secretary, so Mr. Pathak, he actually appreciates and understands the principles of Ayurveda. So it is possible that these principles, the humors which are there in the body, it is possible that we can maintain them in good health, in the good status with the help of Ayurveda. That is the Har Ghar Har Din Ayurveda. And there is a lot of scope for research on every aspect of this, whether it is related to a particular diet system, whether it is particular to some culinary item. Recently, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, he published the book on fenugreek. So fenugreek is also one of the important aspect in prevention of the cancer. So there are a number of various aspects are there. So whether it is related to the Shodhan Karma, that is the various biocleansing procedures, and as right now it is mentioned by the All India Institute of Ayurveda, as well as the Mr. Pathak, that this fellowship in between the NICM and the All India Institute of Ayurveda, so they can take up the various issues of whether the small projects on the aspects of either of the cancer, or maybe for the food like, so that is also possible. I would like to mention here that the All India Institute of Ayurveda is running an integrative oncology clinic, and the experts in the day, so they will explain further about that. At the same time, the ministry has taken many initiatives to work in collaboration with various organizations at the international level. The Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences has already signed an MOU with the NCI USA, that is National Cancer Institute of USA, and we are working together on this cancer. The ministry has also supported an integrative oncology center at Pune, and Dr. Deshmukh, she is representing the organization and she will be presenting the work. So ministry has taken such many initiatives. The ministry has also collaborated with the Tata Cancer Institute, which is the topmost institute in India and working in the field of cancer, not only in the Bombay but also in Guwahati. So there are various other areas where the ministry has strongly collaborated, and the collaboration, when we talk, it is not only limited to the research on the one plant or one product, but the research could be there on understanding of the the disease process of the cancer, because even in the Western medicine also we understand that cancer, there could be hundreds and thousands of reasons why the cancer could be there. And similarly, in Ayurveda also, under the various classification of diseases, this is used in the ancient time. So cancer has been classified under various categories depending upon clinical presentation. In some aspect, they are called when the tumor is the main presenting feature. So during that, it is called as the arbuda, or the mentioned in the Sushruta, the intra-abdominal, or where the cavity is there. So those kind of tumors, they are classified under the classification of gulma. And then there are many other presentations are there, the non-healing ulcers, so they can also be carcinogenic, and it has been clearly defined. So depending upon the type of cancer, the type of tissue involved, Ayurveda has also classified cancer in a different way, and depending upon the type of cancer, the treatment can be different. So the diagnosis itself is very important. So we can develop the gadgets and tools, like we are using the various biomarkers for the cancer in the Western medicine. So similarly, we can also develop some kind of markers in Ayurveda also based on the Ayurvedic understanding of the cancer, so that even at a very early stage we can understand that cancer is probably going to happen and we can prevent that. So that can be the one aspect of the preventive oncology. The another aspect of preventive oncology is to integrate the teaching of the cancer, and with the teaching of the cancer, it is possible with the educating and creating more awareness, not only to the doctors but even in the community. It is possible that the cancer can be prevented. At the same time, if we promote the good dietary habits, it is possible that we can prevent the cancer. And the ministry is promoting the Ayurveda Ahar as a classification, and Ayurveda Ahar has beyond the calories and proteins and the micronutrients. The Ayurveda Ahar also has the category of the specific the quality as the health benefits. So there are certain health benefits which are known for every dietary substance, whether they are cereals, whether they are the pulses, whether they are the various vegetables, or whether they are the millets. And we know that now the 2023 is going to be celebrated as the millet year, and the government of India has taken a lot of initiative in promoting the millets. And in Ayurveda, there are various health benefits of the millets. How actually we can promote the millets, because the millets, they also have a lot of complex carbohydrates, the fibers are there, which are very much useful in preventing cancer. So likewise, there are various aspects to work together in the field of the preventive oncology, in preventing the cancer, and at the same time in treating the cancer, whether it is in the early stage or even in the complicated cases, and in the terminal stages where the cancer is not actually treatable, it is not curable, but we can minimize the pain and agony of the patient. So all these aspects are there, and I'm sure that the experts, those who will be deliberating, so maybe some of these aspects they will be deliberated today, and even in future also we will work together on this, and we can develop few projects on this. And maybe it is possible that the government of India and the government of Australia, they can come together, and we can think of developing a joint fund for the cancer research, and this joint research fund on the cancer can be utilized for the purpose of this cancer in Ayurveda. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Nesriji. Thank you very much for highlighting the support and the activities of Ministry of Ayush in propagating research, particularly in the field of oncology. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite our guest, Sri Ramanand Garge, who is the Director of Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, Consulate General of India, Sydney office, representing the Consulate of India at Australia. Sri Ramanand Garge, please.
Namaskar. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Honorable Sri Pramod Kumar Pathakji, Special Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. Shri Nesari ji, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush. Professor Tanuja Nesari, Director, All India Institute of Ayurveda. Professor Deborah Sweeney, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, Research, Western Sydney University. Dr. Dennis Chang, Director, National Institute of Complementary Medicine, Western Sydney University, representatives from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, and Integrated Cancer Treatment Research Center, Pune, and distinguished panelists. It's an honor to be here in a wonderful August gathering and join with all of you in virtually. On behalf of Consulate General of India, we would like to convey best wishes to this wonderful theme and such an integrative initiative between India and Australia, truly reflecting the ethos of friendship between these two countries, percolating at such a very noble phase of healthcare. And when it comes to the oncology, I guess the proactive nature of the Ayurveda, the season based orientation, as well as the lifestyle based its objectives and overall research orientation has been emerged as a worldwide as one of the prominent healthcare solution in the field of oncology, as well as overall issues where the healthcare or the lifestyle related issues or diseases have been prominently emerged worldwide and challenging the human mankind. Uh, in that regard, I'm the least one expert to talk about in the healthcare. So, without not taking too much time, on behalf of Consulate, I would like to convey our best wishes and a great success for this wonderful international webinar on integrative oncology. And with the great wishes that with this collaborative research between these two distinguished institutions of eminence between India and Australia, we have no doubt that it will pave the way for great initiatives or research orientation, which will not only help for the field as such, but also will emerge as one of the prominent universal solutions, dynamic center, which will provide a universal solution in the healthcare sector. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you, Sri Ramanand Garge ji, for your vision and address and proactive support to all the activities, collaborative activities between the two organizations. And you are always supporter and facilitator for all small activities, and you proactively support to all this support will definitely pave the way for the promotion of Ayurveda for the betterment of the humanity, and also it would lead to many more collaborative research. Thank you very much once again. And moving forward, may I request, now we are eagerly waiting since beginning to Professor Deborah Sweeney, who is a Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, Research Enterprise and International, Western Sydney University, Australia. Madam, we are really blessed, feel honored by your presence, and may I request for your address to us. Thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you, Professor Nazari. As is our protocol and tradition here in Australia, Western Sydney University acknowledges the peoples of the Darug, Tharawal, Eora and Wiradjuri nations. We acknowledge that the teaching, learning and research undertaken across our campuses continues the teaching, learning and research that has occurred on these lands for tens of thousands of years. And I acknowledge their elders past and present. It is my very great pleasure to be here today, and let me acknowledge some of the many distinguished guests with us on this webinar. First, Sri Kumar Pathak, Special Secretary, Dr. Manoj Nazari from the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Professor Tanuja Nazari, the Director of the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and Associate Professor Sri Krishna, Dean Research from the All India Institute. From the Consulate General of India in Sydney, Dr. Manish Gupta, Consul General, Mr. Ramand Gaj, Director, Swami Vivekananda Cultural Centre, Councillor Samir Pandey, Deputy Lord Mayor, City of Parramatta Council, Councillor Suman Saha, Deputy Mayor, Cumberland City Council, Dr. Naveen Shukala, President, Australasian Association of Ayurveda, And of course, my fellow Western Sydney University colleagues, Professor Dennis Chang, Director of the Nikam Health Research Institute, and Dr. Dilip Ghosh, Adjunct Research Fellow, and all of our other collaborators here today. Western Sydney University this April was named #1 in the world for its social, ecological, and economic impact in the latest Times Higher Education University Impact Rankings. This prestigious annual ranking assesses universities on their commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The rankings are based on the university's teaching, research, outreach, and stewardship. This is the 4th year of these rankings and the 4th year that we have been involved, but it was our delight to top the list out of nearly 1,400 institutions. And the university's work was recognised across the 17 categories, of which several of the projects that we have already underway in India were recognised. We are first in the world for SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. We're second for SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And third in the world for SDG 5, for gender equality. In fact, our university ranked in the top 10 in the world for 6 of the SDGs, and for 16 out of the 17, we're actually in the top 100. Importantly, as we speak about some of the work we are doing with our colleagues in India, we are also ranked #5 in the world for our global partnerships in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We recently launched the Australian India Water Centre as one example of a partnership with many partners from across both India and Australia. And we also have a very important and vibrant Australia-India collaboration to address climate change impact on mangrove growing regions. In August this year, Western Sydney University was proud to host the Australia-India Education Council meeting. We welcomed Indian Minister for Education, the Honourable Sri Damaran Pradhan, and the Australian Minister for Education, the Honourable Jason Clare MP, to our Parramatta City campus for this important meeting, which highlighted the importance of education to the relationship between our two countries. As part of the visit, the ministers had the opportunity to hear from researchers and students who are working on research initiatives in collaboration with India. We have a number of partners, for example, in the area of agriculture across India from the north to south. 23 of your state agricultural universities form joint projects with our researchers in protected cropping and to understand important matters such as pollination and the effective use of water in horticulture. But Western remains committed to deepening our relationships with India and our partnerships with Indian institutions. And later this month, our Vice-Chancellor and myself will lead a delegation to India to reconfirm our strong partners and hopefully celebrate some new partnerships. Now, of course, as the other speakers have mentioned, I wish to acknowledge the 7th Ayurvedic Day that was observed on the 23rd of October with the important theme of Ayurveda everywhere and Ayurveda every day. It is important each year to celebrate and advocate through such events as this. The United Nations World Science Day for Peace and Development highlights the significant role of science in society and the need to engage the wider public in debates on emerging scientific issues. It also underlines the importance and relevance of science in our daily lives. The theme for World Science Day on the 10th of November this year is Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development, and affirmed by the United Nations General Assembly on the 2nd of December in 21 that we need more basic science to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Having a capacity in basic science is the interest of both developed and developing countries across the globe, given the potential for the applications to foster sustainable development and raise the standard of living. Here at Western Sydney University, we conduct research at the Nickham Health Research Institute in basic sciences, including Ayurveda, through to clinical developments and trials, through to translation. We are committed to making a difference in the field of integrative medicine through our collaborations with our partners, such as Ayush and AIIA, and participating in webinars like today. And of course, we're very pleased about our Ayush chair of Ayurveda. I hope you all enjoyed today's deliberations, and it certainly makes an advance for the way we are able to think about treatment for cancer and the area of oncology. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, madam. It was a very, very encouraging words. You have highlighted the activities of Western Sydney University. Congratulations to Western Sydney University for standing in the front line of research, in the front line of education all over the world. We are very much interested to have collaborative activities with Western Sydney University and NCIM. And you have very rightly mentioned about the goal of next basic sciences for sustainable development goals. Hope the traditional medicines and Ayurveda are two joins in this link of development of sustainable goals link mission of United Nations. Thank you very much, madam. Now I invite our director, Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri, who is the backbone, who is the supporter, who is the energy for all our activities, international as well as institutional activities here. I don't think that special introduction is required about her. The smiling face itself shows everything. Madam, we invite you for your address.
Namaskar, and welcome to all. I greet warm. I really am happy, Professor Deborah Sweeney, for your dynamic leadership and presenting all the research activities and the academic activities and your proactive support for taking and recognizing Ayurveda and AIIA and NICAM support. And we wish that through this conference and to this webinar and activities will definitely initiate many collaborative activities in future. Thank you for staying with us, and I request you to please stay with us so that we'll discuss many more activities on integrative oncology and how we take this Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda, Ayurveda every day, Ayurveda everywhere. And we are also thankful to Ramanand Gargiji and also Pramod Kumar Pathakji, Dr. Manoj Nesri, Professor Danish Chang, who is our friend, philosopher and guide, and the main backbone for NICAM taking ahead, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, and our colleagues from NICAM and our colleagues from All India Institute of Ayurveda. I must say that under Ministry of Ayush at All India Institute of Ayurveda, we also have the International Cooperation Cell, Dr. Professor Jonas, Dr. Raj Gopal, and the entire colleague, Dr. Galib, and the other colleagues, they are helping. We also have Integrative Oncology Unit at All India Institute of Ayurveda. My colleague, Dr. Huddar, Shivani, and my all colleagues and the deans, all the deans, Professor Sujata, Professor Manjusha, Professor Mahesh Vyas, and all have joined together to welcome each and everyone who have joined together. Our esteemed eminent speaker, Sri Krishna Kumar Khandelji, who is also our mentor, Deshmukh, who is the representing Center of Excellence in Cancer, Professor Dr. Pankaj Vasarkhedkar, Dr. Suzanne, Dr. Deep Jyoti Bhuyan, Dr. Stan Matthew from Australia, and various organizations to whom we discussed in the morning as well, from Australia, Associations of Ayurveda, AIA, NICAM, and all the representatives of council, directors, they have joined. So, for this webinar, and I am happy that under this Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda, the Ayurveda celebration, the 3J ministry gave us as a nodal agency to celebrate with a whole government approach. It was creating that is awareness, participation, and also the collaboration. What we decided that All India Institute of Ayurveda has 50 collaborations with international and the national organizations, premier organizations. And I'm very happy that this is the first international seminar in connection with the 7th Ayurveda Day celebration with the theme Ayurveda Every Day, Ayurveda Everywhere, and the center is scientificity of Ayurveda. So, what is with the first are collaborators from European and Latin American countries. The first international webinar in the series of 7th Ayurveda Day. We celebrated similarly on geriatric care and also on the mental health. And the second one with the AICT Japan on holistic health and happiness with the merger of teaching and technology recently. And in the series of this with our NICAM Australia, this is the integrative oncology. And as there is a on 7th November, there is an International Cancer Awareness Day. So creating this Jan Sandesh and Jan Andolan, we thought that integrative oncology, which is the first cause of the death oncology across the world, and the global burden is expected to grow 27.5 million new cancer cases and 16.3 cancer deaths by 2040. So on the other hand, it is estimated around 100,062 new cancer patients diagnosed in Australia and 49,000 deaths in 2020. So this is high time to integrate and complement and consider all these pathies. Primary, the strength of Ayurveda is a primary prevention, treatment, and the whole management. So this is the this that's why mutually we thought of having the webinar sensitization on integrative oncology, and I'm really very happy, Madam Deborah and Pathakji, to mention that we also had organized with Danish Chang and where NICAM came forward that we had our first international conference on mental health, and this is in the series second international conference as our collaborative activity. And we have moved further with the establishing chair and as our special secretary committed and mentioned about the fellowships and exchange of the faculty and the students. So our most of the postgraduate scholars and students also will get the opportunity to participate in this. Here, All India Institute of Ayurveda, which is a tertiary care hospital under the Ministry of Ayush, one of its kind, where this specialty holistic and integrated care center is provided in 34 units, and it is a postgraduate teaching and research unit where the post-graduation MD and doctoral programs are being offered. More than 400 scholars are already conducting various research, and I'm really happy that we have more than 1500 publications in the index and peer-reviewed journal through collaborative research. During COVID time, we had conducted the public health research on 80,000 police personnel, largest cohort study, and I'm happy that this public health research has been published in the frontiers of public health with the index journals, and many more to come. Coming to the cancer, holistic cancer management, we have the collaboration with National Institution of Prevention of the Cancer, through which we are actively working since last 5 years. Now we have signed the memorandum with National Cancer Institute at Jhajjar, and through we also have the collaboration within Ayush system, that is Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, and yoga. And through that, we have already treated holistically and integrated with all the outcome markers and the research 3,000 patients. And we have also conducted the brainstorming webinars and seminar where more than in 4 conditions dedicatedly we have standard treatment protocol weighted by the legendaries and the researchers, including all the pathies in head and neck cancer, in cervical cancer, in breast cancer, and in the lung cancer. So we have standard treatment protocol for the integration, where in the primary prevention, in to minimize the chemo and radio hazards, in the secondary prevention, in the improving quality of the life and increasing the survivorship. And this is through this we are offering the quality care services through our NABH accredited, ISO accredited hospital, which also ensures the quality services in teaching, research, and academic. So I wish through these deliberations we have the experts who will be deliberating scientific sessions, and through this we will definitely bring out some of the outcome measures. We will take it in the form of collaboration, scientific, academic, and also in the mission mode, so that we can help a people-centric, patient-centric develop the integration in the approach. And really it's the, again I must say that this our collaboration, it is not only Ayurveda but Ayurveda and yoga, where mental, physical, and spiritual harmony and various protocol, because the center of this entire theme is the scientificity of Ayurveda. So through these are practices, we have collected practice-based evidence. But now through our collaborators like NICAM, we are aiming to have evidence-based practices. So our science, the tradition is becomes classical yet contemporary, and tradition becomes supported with the technology. So I once again wish healthy and happy life ahead. And through this webinar, all the success, I once again congratulate all the coordinators who are working behind the screen for 24/7 for making this success. Thank you one and all. Now it is over to you, Dennis Chan.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for highlighting the activities of All India Institute of Ayurveda in general and activities of All India Institute of Ayurveda in oncology practice specific. You rightly said that evidence is the requirement of the day, and we are at All India Institute of Ayurveda. We are working for evidence-based Ayurveda practices. Thank you very much. Now I invite Professor Dennis Chang, who is the director of National Institute of Complementary Medicines, Western City University, for his address. Dr. Chang, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajagopalan. It's so pleased to see so many familiar faces. I too would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today in Australia, and to acknowledge their elders past, present, and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge our distinguished guests and Sri Pramod Kumar Patha, Special Secretary, and Dr. Manoj Nasari, advisor from the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and from All India Institute of Ayurveda, Professor Tanuja Nasari, and Director, and also Associate Professor Krishna Rajagopalan, Dean of Research, and also from Consul General of India, my good friend and great supporter, Mr. Ramanan Gajis, and also Dr. Naveen Shukla, President of Australasian Association of Ayurveda, and the fellow Western Sydney University colleagues, including Professor Deborah Sweeney, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research Enterprise and International, my colleagues, Dr. Gilip Ghosh, Adjunct Research Fellow of NICAM, and ladies and gentlemen, we gather here to share scientific knowledge of integrated oncology research as part of this celebration of the 7th Ayurveda Day with the theme Ayurveda Every Day, Ayurveda Everywhere. As we know that despite the advances in medical science and biotechnology over the last several decades, our healthcare system still facing significant challenges. We still do not have a viable therapeutic option for many chronic illnesses such as dementia, stroke, mental health, cardiovascular, and cancer, to name a few. On the other hand, the demand for complementary and traditional medicine, such as Ayurveda, which focus on individual care, continues to grow worldwide. Ayurveda is one of the best developed traditional medical systems in the world and has played an important role in maintaining health and well-being in India and many other Asian countries for centuries. Yet in Australia and other Western nations, Ayurveda remains untapped treasure box of a treatment and preventative approach to human disease. So encouragingly, there has been substantial investment from the Indian government in taking Ayurveda to the world, with Modi government established a lead academic position in many foreign countries, including Australia, and to promote the development, validation, and internationalization of Ayurvedic medicine. So to this end, Western Sydney University is proud to be the first Australian university to host an academic chair in Ayurveda, jointly funded by the ministry and also Western Sydney University. And more recently, the Indian government committed to 100 million US dollars over the next 10 years to establish a WHO global center for traditional medicine, which will no doubt further encourage and facilitate scientific research globally in all traditional medical systems, including Ayurveda. So Nikam Health Research Institute is the largest complementary and integrated medicine research concentration in Australia. It's globally recognized for our world-class research and innovation. We are very committed to Ayurveda and yoga research. We have established a strong partnership with our counterparts in India, especially with All India Institute of Ayurveda, to promote evidence-based Ayurveda for chronic disease management and prevention. So today's webinar is jointly hosted by AIIA and Nikam with the theme of integrated oncology. As we know that cancer remains the leading cause of death worldwide, accounting for around 10 million deaths in 2020, according to WHO statistics. And in Australia alone, we have a 1.1 million cancer patients, and adding to the pool, 150,000 new cancer cases into the pool, with 50,000 deaths each year. There are huge unmet needs for supporting care and among the cancer patients and their families. To join these global efforts to tackle these dreadful diseases, Nikam Health Research Institute has developed a robust cancer research program that actually focuses on understanding how integrated medicine intervention may assist with the cancer management and also managing the side effect associated with chemotherapy and radiotherapies. Later today, you will hear from Dr. Suzanne Grant from Nikam, who will provide an overview of integrated oncology practice in Australia and also share her research in this area. And Dr. Deep Bhuyan, also from Nikam, will also share his results of his benchtop research looking into anti-cancer effect of probiotics and Ayurveda. So this joint webinar is very timely and will no doubt promote research collaboration and facilitate scientific research data dissemination. So I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our colleagues at AIIA, especially Professor Tanuja Nasari, Associate Professor Raja Kapola, and Dr. Gallup for putting together this exciting webinar, which I'm so looking forward to it. And so I would also like to thank my own colleagues and Dr. Deep Bhuyan, Natalie Corner, and Deb Blackmore for their great assistance. A very special thanks to my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, for your ongoing support for every step of the way. And enjoy the presentation and happy Ayurveda Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis Changji, for all your very, very meticulous planning, well organized, conducting the Ayurveda Day program while ago with all the associations and your encouraging word. And as you rightly said that Dilip Ghosh, we are also writing, I would like to mention that we are also writing a common book with all the publications. And this is again a joint activity we have undertaken to come out with a good publication with the best publisher, where we have invited articles on the various evidence base. And I'm sure during our third activity international, will be able to release this. That's Dilip Ghosh. You have taken the challenge along with Denish Chang on all our colleagues with India and Australia. So thank you, Denish Chang ji, for all your support for academic research and the patient care activities. That's the true spirit, how we take it as a evidence-based practices of Ayurveda across the globe, and that the Australia becomes the hub for that along with India. So now, thank you very much for joining all the esteemed delegates from the government, from Ministry of Ayush, Professor Pathak ji, Dr. Manoj Nesri, Ramanand Garge ji, Deborah from the Swami Vivekananda, the Australian Consulate Journal, and from university. Also for encouraging us, your bracing support means a lot to us for all our activities. Now moving ahead, we have the first scientific sessions, a keynote address, a plenary speech from a very stalwart and the physician who has the practice for more than 5 decades. That means a lot because practice-based evidence is the one which lead to evidence-based practices. And Dr. None another than Sri Krishna Kumar Krishna Sharma Khandelji, a visiting professor to National Institute of Ayurveda, a chairman of our institutional ethics committee, a good academician, good researcher, and he has practiced across the globe for the teaching of Ayurveda into the language which entire scientific community understands. So the translation is the one where we have to develop the language of communication and removing all the barriers, how the true essence of Ayurveda has to be translated in its true sense to the West. So it is like integration of East and West in the future of integrative oncology. So may we request our teacher, mentor, and a good physician, Sri Krishna Kumar Khandenji, for explaining the entire audience about understanding and approach to cancer in Ayurveda. I know we are lagging behind the time, but I'm sure Dr. Khandelji will brief us in the time how what is the approach. It is over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nesriji. I express my gratitude to Director Madam and her esteemed faculty of A. Can you see my slide? Are you able to see my slide?
Sir, no, sir, not yet.
Oh, please you share the slide by your side. Yeah. Can you share the slide from your side?
Sir, we not received PPT actually. Just we'll try once, sir, again. Yes, I will.
Okay, I'll try. Okay. ओपन तो हो गया है ये तो नहीं है। Is it not?
सर अगर व्हाट्सएप में है तो भेज दीजिए जल्दी, मैं इधर से
I had sent already. मैंने तुम्हें भेजा है व्हाट्सएप पर, आपके व्हाट्सएप पर भेजा है मैंने इसको।
नहीं है सर।
ओके
Sir, can you please reshare it? And if you can bless us with your words of wisdom.
Okay.
Your approach and your words are more meaningful to us, sir, than your PPT.
Thank you. Can you see my slide now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Sir, you again share it once. It has not came. Meanwhile, you can start, sir. We'll share the PPT from here.
Okay. If you mean the namely mention of cancer in Ayurveda, that is answer is simply no. We don't have the name cancer. But also we have some sound concept about the unsaid or unnamed or newer diseases in Ayurveda. There are 4 long chapters mentioned in Charak Samhita. In Sutristan 18, there is a chapter which is for diagnosing and for the treatment of the newer diseases which are unsaid in that time. In 5,000 years back, it was not said. But newer diseases came with by time to time, and how to draw a roadmap of the newer diseases, it well mentioned in that chapter. We have to know the components of the disease. The name has no meaning, and meaning does not need any name. If we know the meaning of the disease, that is the constitution of the disease, the root of the disease, and trigger factors of the disease. These 3 important aspects are to be drawn from any of the history of the patient or with the lab reports or with the any technical help. But simultaneously, that chapter deals with Vata or inflammation. Every disease starts with the inflammation. Inflammations are of 2 types. One is directly with internal causes and one with external causes. And basic foundation disease is the inflammation. And further, the inflammation is detailed about the 4 long chapters, that is Sotha Chikitsa, Chikitsa Stan 12, and in Trimarvi Chikitsa, Chikitsa Stan 26, and in Siddhi Stan Chikitsa, Siddhi Stan 9. So when the Sotha starts with the local inflammation and then spread in the general inflammation, and then in 3 vital organs, heart, brain, and kidney, and then the 107 marma or vital. Okay, now it has been shared.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it will be clear.
Okay, thank you. Next, please. Yes, tumor of cancer is not the disease. What Ayurveda says, the tumor of cancer is not the disease. Tumor is a symptom. Tendency to form tumor is actual disease. Modern science is more concerned with the tumor. Ayurveda is more concerned with the tendency. Both are important. So the addition of Ayurveda is definitely beneficial. Okay, next please. There are 3 types of the diseases: said, unsaid, and briefly said. Next, please. These are already discussed. The name has no meaning and meaning does not need name. Next, please. Yes. Three components, the Vikar Prakriti or constitution of the disease, Adhishtanantar, the affected location of for tracing the root of onset of the disease, and Samuthan, specific predisposing, perpetuating, and factors. Next, please. Genesis of the inflammatory diseases. Amavisa is the pre or early pathological state for any inflammatory disease. That is mentioned in Grahani Dosa, Charak Chikitsa 15. And then Trishothiya Chikitsa for localized acute inflammations. Then Sotha, generalized chronic inflammation. And then Trimarmiya Chikitsa, the three most vital organs. Next, please. Genesis of inflammatory disease and inflammatory response is reaction to cell injury that can occur only in vascularized tissue or multicellular organism. The aim of inflammation is eliminate or to neutralize the cause of injury and to repair the consequences. This inflammation should be limiting the spread inside the body and repairing the patient. Next, please. Ayurveda has three monitoring responses of the fluids actually. That is vascular response, Jalasantan, cellular response, Archisantan, and humoral response is Sabdasantan. This is mentioned well in Susruta, Sutristan 19. Next, please. Three main events of the inflammation is Ayan, Sravan, and Parinaman. Hemodynamic changes, increased permeability of vessel walls. This is Sravan. Immigration of leukocytes from blood vessels into tissue. This is the Parinam. Next, please. These are the early pathological symptoms of the site of inflammations. Usma, Davatu, Siranam, Ayam. These are very well mentioned in modern also. Next, please. These are the hello. These are the progressive stages. Hello, please.
Please participate. Please.
Next. Next, please. Then Samapat. Next, please. Samavata, Samakapad, and Sampitta inflammations are also mentioned there. Next, please. Next. Next. This is general progression of the disease. And very first stage, there are 6 stages progression of the disease: Sanchaya, Prasara, Prakopa, Prasara, Sthana, Sansara, Vyakti, and Veda. And in every stage, some associates are there which take the disease into GI to Marma or vital parts. This is the flow chart of the disease progression. Next, please. What is cancer? Uncontrolled growth of cells, whether daughter cells are different from the mother cells. It is called dysplasia, and which happens to be the basis of the malignancy. Sarvai bhavi tribirva dvabhyam mekabhyam puna. This is mentioned. This is like purvaru or prodromal symptom of the cancer. Next, please. Next. Hyperplasia. Sorry, before previous one. Hyperplasia and dysplasia. Normal cell and hyperplasia cells are similar. Daughter cells are similar to the mother cells, only the number of cells is increased. Hyperplasia, if increased, benign tumor. Dysplasia is when the number of cells increase along with the morphological difference of daughter cells and mother cells. This is the next one. Next, please. Type of the cancer. These are the locations or dhatu or particular tissue. Carcinoma, epithelium, squamous cell epithelium, adenocarcinoma, sarcoma, leukemia, lymphoma. These are the types of the cancers. Next, please. Prerequisite. Define the exact role and goal of the Ayurvedic treatment is extremely necessary. Next. Aims of the Ayurvedic treatment: improve life quantity and quality, prevent, minimize side effects of conventional treatment, management of sequelae, and prolong, prevent recurrence, regression of tumor or meds. Next, please. These are the constituents of the samprapti of the cancer: dosha, dusya, rasa, raktam, shukra, oja, agni. These are the constituents of the cancer. Next. Next, please. Previous one. Plan the treatment well. Disease and disease examination. Rogi and Rog Pariksha, both are necessary. Clinical history of the present illness, past treatment history, lab reports, current clinical condition, guidance for diet and practices during the treatment and therapies. Next, please. Notable points. Even though the condition is Bahudosha, Sodhan is generally contraindicated in cancer. Basic aim of treatment must be Santarpana. Care must be taken that Santarpan drug should be also effect in Srotas, Sodhana, and Agnidipana. In any condition, Bala Rakshana of the patient must be the ultimate aim. If progressive, strong Lekhana and other curative aspects are literally harmful. Next. Drugs and diet and lifestyle. Replace the normal water with medicated water or boiled with herbs gives the better results. That enhance tissue-specific metabolism, Dhatvagni Vriddhi, detox and clean the body, anti-inflammatory and repair the damages, improve vital activities like 28 paniye, Ashtavinshati paniye, Sadanga paniye, Manjishta, Sigru, Dasmul, Nirgundi, Kanchanar may be good option for patient to reduce the chemo and radiotherapy or to avoid the chemo or radiotherapy. Definitely. Drug selection criteria: Rasayan, Srota Shodhan, and Pitta Rakta Prasadhan. Drugs must be there. Next, please. Hetu Viprit medicine, Dusi Visari Agad, and for chronic addiction, prevention of metastasis, to provide Bala to probable victim Dhatus, preventive treatment to be started along with main Dhatus, Guduchi Kshirpak for bone meats, and treatment for organ tissue specific involved specific medicine. There are many specific medicines are mentioned in Ayurveda for specific tissue or tissue metabolism. Next, please. Drugs. After permission from your Ayurvedic physician, Giloy, Kumari, Amla, Aridra are the Rasayan drugs. And periodic Panchkarm or Mridu Sanshodhan is advised in Ayurveda. Next. Diet to follow. The whole wheat, jowar, green gram, red lentil, all fruits and vegetables, salad like radish, cucumber, carrot, watery fruits, cow milk, ghee, butter, buttermilk, boiled eggs and chicken soup, semolina, red millet, cumin, fenugreek. These are the diets to be followed. Next. Some diets to be avoided. and this is the main point of the Ayurveda, where some apatya or avoidable diets are mentioned simultaneously with the advised diet. Tur dal, chickpeas, potato, sweet potato, thick fruits, banana, custard, apple, curds, yogurt, cheese, non-veg, especially red meat, fermented food, fast food, and junk food, deep fried, heavily processed food, stale food, pre-cooked food, or preservatives. These are the minimal oil intake. These are the lifestyle. Regular eating habits, moderate food volume at a time. Definite time should be there. Only 2 or 3 times a day regularly. Regular sleep pattern, no day sleep, no awake at night. Regular and moderate exercise, yoga and pranayama, and social well-being, and self-examination. Next. Thanks with regard. Sorry, I have disturbed with the sharing of my slides, so it has taken much more time. But very shortly, I request you all, you please add the Ayurveda in your therapies, and then you will definitely get the better results to cure the cancer and to save the humanity. Thank you very much once again to All India Institute of Ayurveda and Ministry of Ayush, especially Manoj Nestri and P.K. Pathak sir, and the faculty from WSU Australia. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very elaborate presentation on concepts of Ayurveda and Ayurveda in cancer. You have highlighted that tumor is not a disease, but the process of formation of tumor is the thing what is to be attended. Similarly, naming of a disease has no importance in management. Understanding the disease process and understanding it in terms of Ayurveda concepts is the important part. And the importance of diet, importance of lifestyle, importance of rasayana, the rejuvenative, adaptogenic drugs in the management of cancer. And you have also highlighted the types of cancer, the pathogenesis or understanding the pathogenesis of cancer through Ayurveda terms like Shat Kriya Kala, the 6 different stages of manifestation of a disease, which is explained by Sushruta Samhita, one of the authority of Ayurveda. And also you have highlighted some drugs which common drugs which are used in the management of cancer. You have very specifically highlighted the use of medicated water, boiling water with certain herbs and using it, and the role of these medicated waters in detoxifying the body and preventing occurrence of diseases like cancer. Thank you very much, sir. Your profound knowledge on Ayurveda in general. Of course, because of the time limits, we could not utilize it completely, but you have tried your level best. All Indian Institute of Ayurveda as well as Western City University partners, we are all thankful to you for your contribution in this webinar. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was a time, it's a very important, precious time. Everyone has invested their important time. So maybe we have a break, but we may shorten the break, Dr. Rajgopal, so that you please announce. And Denish Changji, how we take the break, because we have the sessions. But I'm sure our guests from Australia, Naveen Shuklaji and others, they have also joined physically online. So please stay with us. Maybe we shorten the break for 10 minutes, if agree, for the, yes. So maybe we, after 10 minutes, after having some tea, and maybe we freshen up and we join again, because we have very, very, very important sessions from approach to process and the research and the applications that would be very useful in day-to-day practice to incorporate. Please stay with us. 10 minutes break. I think it's more than enough, and we'll join after 10 minutes. Thank you.
It's 11:25 in our watch here. We will reassemble at 11:35.
Yes, thank you.
Please, all participants, please stay back. The link will be the same and we will be online. Please stay back, refresh yourself and rejoin us for the next scientific sessions, please.
Yes, thank you.
तूने हाथ खड़ा कैसे कर रखा था? आ गई? मेरा भी हो गया तो ऊपर से तो।
ये लोग
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the webinar. After a short tea break, I think everybody is fresh with and we will start the webinar now. The next scientific session presentation will be from Dr. Vinita Deshmukh. Dr. Vinita Deshmukh is from a very reputed cancer treatment center for Ayurveda, and her interest is clinical research in cancer. The center where Dr. Deshmukh is working is recognized and a center of excellence for cancer studies, one of the reputed cancer research institutes of India as well as in the Southeast Asian part of the world. That is, Tata Cancer Institute also has recognized their center as an integrative cancer management center. Dr. Vinita Deshmukh will be deliberating her lecture on sharing practical experience. Very interesting one. Sharing practical experience in managing different types of cancer through Ayurveda. Now we open the Viesta of Ayurveda management of cancer before you. I request Dr. Vinita Deshmukh, you have 15 minutes time. Please explore the experiences and practical approach what you have done at your center and share with us. Dr. Vinita Deshmukh, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Vinita, just I'll take 1 minute for all because we have very, very important speakers to be followed. Dr. Vinita, Pankaj, Vital Kudar, Susane, Deep Buyan and Susan Matthews from UCAM. We welcome Dennis Chang also, again, back collaborator. My just earnest, we urge to have to each speaker, please, time management is very important because we have to learn. We are interested to listen to each and every speaker's experience, and your experience is very, very important. So, if please don't mind, only last 1 minute there would be. We will just intimate that 90 seconds are left. So please don't mind for accepting our in between the last minute sentence. Thank you.
Okay, madam. Can I start my speech?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, madam, please.
Yeah, can you share my slides?
Yeah, we will share it. We'll be sharing. Can all see the slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, yes. Okay. So my today's topic is sharing practical experiences in managing different types of cancer through Ayurveda. As given in my introduction, these experiences are based on the treatment of cancer patients given at Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center, Wagholi, Pune, under the guidance of Dr. S.P. Sardeshmukh, sir. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, so our center is recognized with various institutes. Next slide. So I can, I think we can skip the initial photo slides and we can directly go to the text slides. Yes. So here we treated more than 13,000 cancer patients of all types, stages, and grades. And the main aim, the previous slide, main aim of treatment is to reduce suffering of cancer patients, improve their quality of life, and minimize side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. So our observations were all the cancer treatment, Ayurvedic cancer treatment helps to improve quality of life and reduces side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy and increases disease-free survival, overall survival, and progression-free survival. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. So we have treated all patients with tailor-made Ayurvedic treatment. Next slide. Next slide.
It's not moving, Dr. Rajgopal.
Next slide. If it is not moving, I will speak just like this. It's okay, madam, without slides?
Yes, go ahead, madam, please.
Yes. Okay. So as I explained you, the main Ayurvedic treatment at our center was a tailor-made Ayurvedic treatment. So we didn't treat Ayurvedic patients with a specific protocol. So as per Dushyam Desham Malam Kalam Prakruti Manalam Vaya, taking into consideration that sutra, we are treating each and every patient as an individual patient. So total 13,000 cancer patients are treated like this. But with the experience of this treatment, we also had planned case control trial of breast and oral cavity cancer patients of 400 patients. And in that trial, we have assessed the efficacy of Ayurvedic treatment to reduce the side effects of chemotherapy in breast cancer and to reduce the side effects of radiotherapy in oral cavity cancer. And what we have observed that in these two cancers, yes, just stop for this slide. I have to explain this slide more. Okay. So what we have observed that in breast and oral cavity cancer patients, the side effects are remarkably reduced with oral Ayurvedic treatment. Not only that, we assess the immune response and oxidative stress in these patients, and what we have observed that immunity is greatly increased with Ayurvedic treatment and oxidative stress is reduced. So our Ayurvedic medicines mainly act as rasayana and shothagna in this case. Also in breast cancer, there are two aggressive types of breast cancer, that is triple negative breast cancer and breast cancer with BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation. So we have taken case controls trial to assess efficacy of oral Ayurvedic treatment and periodic panchakarma in these patients. And what we have seen that generally these patients have a recurrence within 3 years. But we followed these patients for 5 years, treated them for 3 years, and what we have observed that all of these patients who are treated with Ayurvedic treatment, they had a disease-free survival. That means Ayurvedic treatment really helps to increase disease-free survival. Now, I will not go in this theoretical part. Now, in practice, what we are doing at our center is that we are grouping the patients in 4 groups. A group is a group of patients who are opted only for Ayurvedic treatment. So these patients are not taking any conventional treatment. So this group is a very small group, but we have an opportunity to treat these types of patients also. So in this group, the aim of Ayurvedic treatment is Vyadhi Pratyanik Chikitsa. That means treating cancer itself and to improve the quality of life of these patients. B group is a group of patients who are already treated with conventional treatment, but right now who have a recurrence. So in this group, main aim of Ayurvedic treatment is immunomodulatory treatment, because in this group, the patient's immunity is very less. That's why there is a recurrence.
Madam, now slides are visible. You can coordinate with the slides, please.
Yeah, you can go to that group slide before 2 or 3 slides.
Okay.
3 slides before. Yeah. Before that also. Yeah. One slide before. Yeah, before that. Just no group slide before very initial slides. No. Yes. So this is a B group is a group of patients who have a progressive cancer. So in this category, we have to concentrate on immunomodulatory treatment, that is Rasayana Chikitsa and Vyadhi Pratyanik Chikitsa. Then C group is a group of patients who are under conventional treatment, whatever may be the type of cancer, breast cancer, oral cavity cancer, or liver cancer. But if they are under conventional treatment, the aim of Ayurvedic treatment should be to minimize the side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. So when we think about the side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, we come across one very important thing, that these side effects are mainly hampering digestive system. These are increasing pitta dosha in our body, having a very bad impact on rakta dhatu. So our line of treatment should be minimizing pitta dosha, rectifying rakta dhatu, and to improve immune system. So C group is a group of patients who is treated likewise. Then D group is a group of patients who are already treated with conventional treatment. Now the patients are disease free, but they have a fear in their mind that in future they can get recurrence or metastasis. So for that purpose, they are opted for Ayurvedic treatment. So in this group, we have to concentrate mainly on Shamana Chikitsa, Rasayana Chikitsa, and in addition, Panchakarma Chikitsa. Panchakarma is very important detoxifying treatment, and it should not be done only once or twice. It should be done periodically. What we have observed in D group patients, that if these patients are treated with Panchakarma and Rasayana for a longer period, definitely we can achieve disease-free survival or progression-free survival in these patients. So when any cancer patient comes to our clinic, we have to think whether the patient is fitting in A, B, C, or D category. Next, please. Next slide, please. As explained, cancer is Anukta Vyadhi, so we have to treat it according to the Nidan, Samprapti, and Chikitsa. Next, please. The similarity we have seen, it is like Dushta Vrana, Vrana Granthi, Arbuda, Nadi Vrana. Next, please. Next, and the non-solid tumors like leukemia are like Sannipatik Jwar, Raktapitta, Pandu, and Krumi. So we have to treat according to Ayurvedic Samprapti. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this repetition of the slide. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so these are the principles. Previous one. These are the previous slide. These are the principles of Ayurvedic treatment, that is Shamana Chikitsa. So mainly we know that all the cancers from Ayurvedic perspective are the untreated Shotha, and there is one underlying Samprapti of Amma. So in Shamana Chikitsa, Deepana and Pachana Chikitsa are of very important. Panchakarma Chikitsa, as I stated right now, Panchakarma Chikitsa is very useful in various types of cancer. But in initial stage, we should not treat patients with Panchakarma Chikitsa because patient's bala is not good. So in that case, initially we have to treat patient with Shamana and Rasayana Chikitsa, improve the bala, and then treat with Panchakarma Chikitsa. But once the bala is Uttama, every year at least 2 to 3 times Panchakarma is necessary for a longer duration, for say 5 years to 10 years. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Hello,
So
please, all participants, mute yourself.
Okay. So in case of cancer, we will see the next slide. But in various types of cancers, we have treated many patients with Basti Chikitsa because we all know that Basti is a treatment of Vata dosha. And in case of cancer, the uncontrolled growth is mainly due to Vata dosha. So Basti is very important treatment. In case of Basti Chikitsa, Krumigna Basti are very important. In most of the patients, we are treating them as with initially with Krumigna Basti and then with Erandamuladi Basti or Yapan Basti or Brohan Basti or Tiktakshir Basti according to disease. So Panchakarma Chikitsa is very important. Next one. Next slide. Before that, before that, before that, before that, before that, before that. Before this slide, yes. Then Shashti Upakrama is a line of treatment described by Sushrutacharya for various types of cancer. So Shashti Upakrama are mainly beneficial for palliative treatment of cancer. So in case of Shashti Upakrama, we are treating many patients of cervical cancer or vaginal cancer with Yonidhavana or Yonipichu, the patients of bone metastasis with various types of LEPA, patients of oral cavity cancer patients with Gandusha or Kavala or Mukha Pratisarana. Patients of various types, breast cancer patients are treated with their granthi with various types of LEPA, or we can treat with all types of cancer patients who are under stress. They can be treated with Shirodhara and Shirobasti. So Shashti Upakrama are also very important in various types of cancer. Rasayana Chikitsa is very important because Rasayana Chikitsa builds your immune system. So various Rasayana medicines, maybe herbal Rasayana medicines or metallic Rasayana medicines are used. Among Rasayana, I will mainly stress on Suvarna Kalpa. Suvarna Kalpa are very effective in cancer treatment because various types of Suvarna Kalpa we are using in our practice. For example, Suvarna Malini Vasanta is used in breast cancer patients, or we are using it in lung cancer patients, or Vasanta Kusumakar is used in various types of genitourinary cancers, or Raupya Suvarna Suchekar is used in brain tumor. So according to site of tumor, we have to think about specific Suvarna Kalpa as Rasayana Chikitsa. In case of other Rasayana, we are also treating these patients with Kumari, that is aloe vera, Guduchi, Shatavari, Ashwagandha, and Yashtimadu. So these medicines are also very important as Rasayana treatment. Then Pachakara Ahar, Samupadeshan, and Nidan Parivarjan are also very important in cancer management. Next one. Next slide. As we have seen that before one slide before. As we have seen that complete cancer treatment is Ayurvedic treatment plus allopathic treatment. So there is a need of integration because Ayurvedic treatment helps to improve quality of life and immunity, whereas allopathic treatment, conventional treatment helps to reduce the tumor burden. So if we complement both the treatments, it gives good quality of life to every patient. Next one.
Madam, you have 1 more minute to conclude.
Yes. So what we can conclude that when we think about Ayurvedic management of cancer, we have to think about Dhatvagni Mandya, Am Sankalpana, Shotha, and detoxification. So these four main elements are important to treat any type of cancer patients. In brief, I will just go to the detail that breast cancer patients should be treated with Shamana and Rasayana and periodic Panchakarma for longer duration. Brain cancer patients should be treated with aggressive treatment like Raupya Suvarna Suchekar, Badam Pak, or Shatavari Ashwagandha. Oral cavity cancer patients should be treated with mainly giving concentration on digestive system. Rectal cancer patients should be treated with Parpati Kalpa as well as, if possible, Basti Chikitsa. Liver cancer patients should be treated with detoxification of liver with the help of Kumari or Arogya Vardhini. Then any type of arbuda or sarcoma should be treated with various types of gugula kalpa, that is Triphala gugul or Kanchanar gugul. So mainly shaman chikitsa, improving digestion and pachana, and rasayana chikitsa with various herbs and suvarna kalpa and panchakarma chikitsa is the main line of treatment in various types of cancer. So this is my concluding sentence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for your elaborative presentation on cancer management and your experiences. You have very beautifully presented your experiences in the form of a table where A, B, C, D categories you have made and how the approach should be made. You have spoken about the breast cancer, the Ayurvedic approach, and a longitudinal study of 5 years in breast cancer and no recurrence. This is a point to be noted where Ayurveda treatment add-on or supportive treatment of Ayurveda definitely helps in preventing the recurrence. Probably the beginning stage of the cancer, if it is identified, Ayurveda can prevent or stop the progression of the disease also. If for our international gathering, our respected speakers have used certain Sanskrit terminologies like Basti, Shota, Panchakarma. These are all Sanskrit terminologies, the name of procedures, name of medicines, the conceptual terminologies of Ayurveda. The equivalent English terminology will be a bit difficult to find out or difficult to explain in a short period of time. So we are apologizing for that. And of course, the explanations can be found in all literatures of Ayurveda. Madam has highlighted importance of diet, importance of regenerative medicines, importance of prevention of the disease with good, healthy lifestyle practices. Thank you very much, madam, for your elaborate presentation, and special thanks for sharing your experiences and giving guidelines for different types of cancers, how the approach should be made through Ayurveda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now going ahead with, I invite our next speaker, Dr. Pankaj. He is a postgraduate in Panchakarma specialty of Ayurveda, and currently he is working with Devnath Mangeshkar Hospital and Research Center at Pune, which is of course a known hospital for integrative approach in management of different diseases. He is in scientific advisory committee of different groups like CCRAS, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Vivekananda Hospital, Latur, etc. And he is invited faculty, invited speaker in various international platforms. He is investigator to a couple of research projects also. One is randomized control trial on radiation-induced mucositis in oral cancers. Having good experience in cancer management with Ayurveda, he will be speaking on single herbs, single herbal drugs on oncology practice. Dr. Pankaj, you are requested to limit or to have a control of the time as well as present your presentation in brief. I will be giving a call 1 minute before the completion of the time. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rajgopala, sir. Thank you very much, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Director Dr. Tanujana S. Madam, for involving me and our hospital for this Ayurveda Day program in association with Ministry of Ayush and West Sydney University. So, as Dr. Rajgopala, sir, in introduction explained, that I will be talking on single herbs, what we are using. This is the experience what we are using at our hospital in the integrative cancer care unit. So whatever we are sharing is completely clinical experience supported by some evidences, because nowadays the world is moving from experience-based medicine to evidence-based medicine. Can you just help me to confirm the slides are visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So let us start with the scope of single herbal drugs. Basically, single herbal the drug therapy is a peculiarity of the system of Ayurveda, what we usually practice for different diseases. So, as far as cancer is concerned, since it's a single herb, it's easy to illustrate the efficacy or isolated or in combination with the conventional ongoing chemotherapy or even the post chemotherapy, because at times we have to see the half-life period of the chemotherapeutic drug when we administer certain herbal drug, because whatever the plan is to complement the conventional therapy, and we usually take care that the herbal drugs and the chemotherapeutic drug, there should not be the contradictory things. So there is a new terminology what is called as herb drug interaction, so we usually take care of that also. We'll discuss in brief about it in the later part of this presentation. Then single herbs is easy to observe the side effects as well if added to the standard of care. And then as far as single drugs are concerned, the Ayurvedic pharmacology has been well documented in almost all the major and the associated texts of Ayurveda like Charaka Samhita, Shushruta Samhita, and Ashtanga Hridaya. So that is the advantage of using single drugs in the cancer management. So usually we start with, I will just set some examples. So this is just Azadirachta indica, what we use in oral cancer treatment after the standard of care. So the role which is defined, or this kind of international publication, they have given that increase the cytotoxic ability of host monocytes and suppress the proliferation of tumor cells. So we use leaf extracts as well as the seed oil of Azadirachta indica for the 2 years after the completion of standard of care till the progression or in the oral cavity, that is particularly squamous cell. We do not use this in sarcomatous type of oral cancer. So this is the one which we singly use. I mean, we do not add any other herbs to as a direct indica. That is how the single herbal drugs are being used. And when we use single herbal drugs, those are mainly dose dependent. So dose dependency is most important part, or the proper dose selection is the most important part when we use single herb therapies. Similarly, Phyllanthus umbilica, that is the HPV P16 positive cancer patient, human papillomavirus, CS cervix, and they usually this single herb we start using at the time of radiation, and then we continue till for the 1 year after the completion of radiation. So it mitigates the side effects. At the same time, the progression can be treated with this single herb, again with the same dose dependent thing. Then there is Vidania somnifera, a well-known single herb what we use in colorectal cancer, where the chemo-resistant condition at times has been observed in colorectal cancer. But when we use Vidania somnifera associated with 5-FU, which is a part of sulfurfurine at times, so it adds to the in the favorable way in cell death of in the CRC. So this is how we identified certain areas where we can use the single herbs for different cancer conditions. It may complement at certain condition, or it may be the sequential to the standard of care what is going on as per the plan of tumor board in that particular patient. Similarly, Vidania somnifera root extract, what we are using aqueous extract particularly in CA prostate, and that is what we have tried in HRPC, not in CRPC. So that is the difference how we identify the group of patients where there is advantage of the Ayurvedic herbs, and then how we can go ahead with those who have kind of resistant disease or locally advanced disease conditions. Then there are certain conditions which are a challenge for all, like conventional treatment as well as for the alternative treatment or complementary treatments also. So radiation induced oral mucositis is one of them. In spite of the radiation technology which has been now evolved from CRT to IGRT, still the mucositis, oral mucositis remains one of the important side effect post radiation in head and neck malignancies. So Glycyrrhiza glabra is one herb which can be singly used in certain conditions of head and neck cancer, where we usually give it post radiation. Then Alstonia scolaris is one of the medicinal plant, otherwise called as Saptachada. So that is also equally important. We use Alstonia scolaris right from beginning of the radiation, that is pre-radiation also, and we continue it throughout radiation in the form of topical gargling and oral rinse, and we continue it till the end of 3 to 4 weeks after radiation, so that there is minimal oral mucositis and quality of life maintained. At times, the need of NG tube is also delayed in these patients of where we use Alstonia scolaris in the topical form. Then radiation-induced xerostomia is dryness of mouth, is again the same thing, that some of the patient, around 40 to 45% patients of head and neck cancer, they suffer from this kind of thing. So this is one extrapolated reference. Basically, it has been studied and published for the post-anesthesia tracheal intubation dryness, and what we are extrapolated this for the radiation-induced xerostomia. So Phyllanthus umbilica is one of the rasayana, as the earlier speaker mentioned, that the use of rasayana is also important, and that is one of the important thing, that simple aqueous extract diluted in water, and it can be given to control the xerostomia. And another medicinal the herb which we use, that is Citrus medica. So there is a typical preparation called as panak, that means kind of sorbet. It can be used for the treatment of the radiation-induced xerostomia, which gives significant symptomatic relief, at least, though it is not mitigating completely so far in our experiences. So radiation-induced proctitis, again, for those patients who undergo radiation for gynecological cancers, at times they suffer from radiation-induced proctitis at the end of 1 year, usually from the completion of radiation. So Holaria antidecentrica aqueous extract is the plant what we use in a dose-dependent manner, which is used singly and at the same time associated with HbO2, that is hyperbaric oxygen therapy also. But still, the Holaria antidecentrica, if we use in singly, it has advantages to control radiation-induced proctitis, and the episodes of bleeding and the quantity of bleeding definitely goes down with this use of Holaria antidecentrica. Obviously, the dose required is quite high, that is 2 grams per day. Then chemotherapy-induced constipation. This is the commonly observed in those patients of hematological malignancies who receive the CHOP regimen. So again, we use Cassia fistula, which is a known Ayurvedic herb and used traditionally for the constipation. But this particular drug we are using in a dose-dependent manner for those patients who are undergoing CHOP regimen for hematological malignancies. So this has been already studied in a randomized setting for the geriatric constipation, because the kind of reason for constipation is similar in either cases. So when we discuss about the single herbs and their use, the fundamentals, how we use the single herbs, that is divided into these two group of fundamentals, that is cancer patient related, just like our Dr. Khandel sir, he mentioned about the patient related Vyadhi Avastha and Rugna Avastha. So the same thing, like is Prakriti is the constitution, what we definitely study before planning any treatment for cancer patients. Same thing is Rugna Bala, that is called a general condition, or PS, that is performance status of the patient. Then disease burden versus disease staging. This we have to consider before selecting a drug or the doses particularly. Agni, that is digestive capacity of that particular patient when he is in the diseased condition. Because patients who receive the chemotherapy and any other, or it may be the parenteral or oral chemotherapy, still there are a lot of disturbances in the gastric the system, and there is a dysbiosis at times. So we have to consider everything. And the age, obviously, that is the most important factor when it comes to the patient's perspective. Then when we select a herb, when we select a herb, when we select a herb, we definitely go into the details of the herbal metabolism, what is the potency, what is the target system or organ specificity, formulation, and the doses, because most of the herbs, when used singly or maybe in combination, the dosing is more important. At the same time, just like what I mentioned earlier, we do see the interaction between the herb and drug. But so definitely, when there is scope, there is also kind of limitations for every system or every kind of treatment. So for a single herb, particularly using in cancer, it has some limitations because it can cater to only one system at a time. Then for a target specific activity or maybe some accelerated activity, we may at times add one or two more accelerators to that to enhance the bioavailability of the primary drug. So at times we use one or two, or at times it is like combination of 3 or 4 herbs at also. But single herbs give more focus in this kind of supportive treatment group. So for increasing potency, if we say so, single herbs have narrow spectrum as compared to the combination of spectrum, and that's why formulation is more important to consider. So what are the challenges what we faced during this last 10 plus years experience in oncology? That combination are based on the fundamentals of pharmacology of herbs as per the Ayurveda, because whatever the herbs we are using, those are well documented in Ayurvedic text, and we are generally following the guidelines by the Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India and Ayurveda Formulary of India, which is published by the government of India. And that is how we are selecting the formulations. And obviously, second challenge is dose depending regime, because at times at lower dose, it may not help for in the treatment of cancer. So we have to redesign the dosing system in early in some patients. So what we do usually is we give a tolerance dose for maybe three days initially, and once we understand the dosing pattern, how we can go ahead in that patient, that is again depending on the Agni and Bala of patient, what is as per the Ayurveda guidelines, and again we redesign those and then we continue for that particular patient. So this is the combination of two drugs like the tinospora cordifolia and glycerisa glycola. So we combine these two for chemotherapy-induced nausea, and if you can see the results, these are statistically significant results what we can find in the chemotherapy-induced nausea. Then polyherbal approach at times, this is our institutional publication, what I was referring to earlier, that is Alstonia scolaris. We have done this study with along with radiation, and the Saptachada, the gargle, is one of the formulation which is known in Ayurvedic text, and that is GMP approved, FDA approved, and everything. So we have conducted this study and followed the patients for 3.5 years. So for the radiation-induced mucositis, and the best part is outcome was
you have one
yes,
more
sir. Yes, sir. So what we have observed is the rate of recurrence in the study group, that is those who have received this gargle, is lesser than the conventional group. So it is not only controls the radiation-induced oral mucositis, but at the same time it helps in preventing the early recurrences. So when it comes to herb, there is always a question between when we discuss these kind of cases in our tumor board, that is what about the interactions and actions. So what we have studied through the literature of our system, that when we go through the details of each and every herb, what we have found is curcumin, that is the extract of turmeric. It interferes with the irinotecan, which is the part of Folfiri regime or Folfirinox. So we usually do not prescribe these kind of herbs which have interactions, or which are documented interactions are there. At the same time, we think about that if Taxol is going, and then if we can add curcumin, then it helps in a better way for the patients who are the metastatic lung cancer or metastatic breast cancer. So this is the way we analyze every the patient, and the selection of herb is depending upon the literature, at the same time the Ayurvedic database and everything. So this is like translating the herbs. Now this may come in next 3 to 5 years, that every herb will be translated into in a such a way so that the various pathways and actions of herb and drug interaction will be known to everyone. So again, this is another example, garlic pros and cons. So garlic usually inhibit the docetaxel metabolism. So where the docetaxel chemotherapy is going on, garlic should be better prevented. At the same time, people have tendency to eat garlic at home, but if it is heated at 100 degree, then it won't work for oncology. So thank you very much to Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and West Sydney University for giving me this opportunity and listening to our experiences. We are 900 bedded hospital with this integrated cancer care unit in Pune, Maharashtra. And thank you very much. Any questions or suggestions may not be possible over here, but you can feel free to write us at our email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, for a very elaborate presentation on use of single herbs in the management of cancer. You have spoken about the herb-drug interaction. You have spoken about benefits of single drugs, standard of care, and very specifically, you have mentioned that single herbs can be effectively used and they are dose-dependent in nature. The drugs which you have mentioned, like in Ayurveda, of course, they are all well-known rasayana and well-known drugs like Phyllanthus emblica, Vitania somnifera, Glycylisa glabra, Alstonia scolaris, Olorina antidysenterica, Cassia fistula. All these drugs are well known, and you are effectively using them in management of cancer, different types of cancers. You have highlighted the radiation and chemotherapy induced side effects and how to manage them with the simple Ayurveda formulations. You have also highlighted the role of gargling with herbal drugs, panaka or soft drinks prepared out of herbs like citrus medica, the challenges in the usage of single herbs, and also you have highlighted the 3.5 years of longitudinal study which you have observed, and the certain combinations and outcome of the studies, along with evidence-based publications. You are a young, energetic research scholar, which you have proved with your presentations. Thank you very much for that, and hope you will continue your efforts in serving the cancer management in the days to come. Thank you very much, sir. Going ahead with the presentations, we have Dr. Vittal Hudar, who is in charge of the Integrative Oncology Center of All India Institute of Ayurveda. He is a postgraduate and PhD degree holder in the subject of Kaya Chikitsa, that is general medicine, and he is the coordinator for our IEC, the cell of All India Institute of Ayurveda. Dr. Hudar will be speaking on his topic, sharing experiences of managing different types of cancer in the Integrative Cancer Care Unit of All India Institute of Ayurveda. Dr. Vittal Hudarji, please.
Thank you. From AIA and WSU. Here I am sharing few of my experiences and our team experiences in integrative oncology. So all of we know the requirement for the integration, as we are talking about in the previous lectures also. So option of alternative medicines for a better management, improved survival and symptom control, less anxiety and depressions at that time when the patient is going through the treatment conventional medicine, reduced use of chemo at the end of life, improved family satisfaction and quality of life, improved use of healthcare resources. These are the things where we need to do integration as we see the cases consistently rising, and it is challenging for everyone in the e-system because of more and more patients are approaching to Ayurveda system of medicines nowadays. So even decades before also, WHO has very clearly mentioned about the need of integration. Health services should be integrated and people-centered. So for the people-centered purpose, we need to integrate together, along bringing together the strength and balance, the weakness inherent in different system of healthcare. We need to identify the strength and weaknesses and then we need to integrate, and cancer prevention and control in the context of an integrated approach. And so these are the few things. And based on Ayurvedic principles, we consider these different conditions in Ayurveda, and these are the doshas and the dushas which are involved in the formation of the cancer as per Ayurveda. We consider these things as the basics. At different stages of the patient comes to us during chemotherapy, post radiotherapy. In such conditions, we diagnose the presentations based on the Ayurvedic principles, which dosha is predominantly and dosha is predominantly involved, and accordingly we plan the treatment. And these are few of the strength areas where we are also working, and the scope is also there in the preventive aspects by diet, lifestyle, yoga advice, and dinacharya, the daily regimen, and the seasonal regimens have been very well explained in Ayurveda, which may prevent in future if we stringently implement these at the primary health center level. Also, the prevention becomes effective. What we feel it needs to be worked out more. Add-on therapies along with the ongoing conventional therapy, what we are maximally doing right now. Also the adjuvant therapy to counteract the side effects of the chemo and radiotherapy, and the supportive care to improve the quality of life after the treatment when the patient is suffering with many circumstances after the conventional medications. And some are the areas where Ayurveda therapy standalone is also effective. I will share a few of the cases where we have come across. So we have these tools, Shamana Chikitsa, that is treatment using Ayurvedic medications. We have biopurification methods where we detoxify the body and then we go for rejuvenation medications, and then followed by yoga, pranayama, and achara rasayana, that is behavioral therapy, is also very well explained in Ayurveda. Along with that, counseling, diet and lifestyle management, and daily and seasonal regimens to manage as a holistic approach of Ayurveda will be done by these things. And the previous speaker, Dr. Pankaj, very well explained with a few of the examples which are reported activities of Ayurveda single and compound formulation. Many list goes. Only the thing is, we are at the level of preclinical researches, very well established preclinical researches, but very few, unfortunately, very few clinical research is conducted because of many hurdles in integrations. So that is the problem. So now we are exploring those things, what we can do better in to come up with the clinical researches, integrative collaborative researches. And as a joint venture of All India Institute of Ayurveda and National Institute of Cancer Prevention Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, we have a MOU, and under that umbrella, the Center for Integrative Oncology at AI has been established 6 years before. Till then, we were working in different aspects. That is the Integrative Cancer Care Unit.
Sir, sorry. So you are muted, sir. Hello.
Voice is not there.
Yeah.
Please unmute. Yes, now you can speak.
Yes, if till then it was one. No? It was okay. So these are the different areas I was talking about. Integrated Cancer Care Unit, that is the OPD and IPD level management at All India Institute of Ayurveda. It has been established 5 years before. Patient awareness programs we are conducting last 5 years, every year on World Cancer Day. And the big event, what we have done in the last 2 years, that is the Jivaniyam, that is the national seminar and workshop on integrative management of cancer, where we have almost developed the integrative protocols. We tried with the experts of all over India who came here, who are expertise in the practice of cancer, and with the inputs of them, we have now prepared it's yet to come out. That is the integrative protocols in 5 major cancers we have done. CME on integrative oncology was recently done to sensitize the teachers who are the trainers in the different Ayurveda colleges all over India. Ayurveda Journal of Integrative Oncology is on the way. It will be soon coming to work for the evidences, to create the evidences to popularize that the Integrative Oncology Journal. Collaborative research projects, many research projects are going on along with All India Institute of Medical Sciences and many other areas. And Network for Ayush Cancer Care, where we are making a one network where all the experts will be sharing their experiences and their inputs. Based on that, we'll be moving ahead in the integration model. So this is the one, just a pick of that, where we are creating in this way the hepatocellular carcinoma, the major classifications, how we have done, and accordingly at particular stages of the cancerous conditions, what can be considered in Ayurveda and how the treatment can be planned. Based on that, how we can understand on the both the sides sitting together. The inputs have been taken from all the allopathic the Apex Institute of Modern Medical Sciences, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. From there also have taken the inputs and these are prepared. That is the one glimpse. And this is Center of Ayurveda and Integrative Oncology, which is recently started in National Cancer Institute, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is one of the Apex Institute of Medical Sciences. And this is about the Center for Integrative Oncology, where we are seeing all these type of cases which were coming to our clinic. So highlighted are the major cancerous conditions which we are seen in our clinics, and we are treating them. And this is a one view of the cases. Just I wanted to share. It's a lentiginous melanoma, where you can see the course of the patient for a history of 2 years, where he came with a diagnosed case of lentiginous melanoma, and later it was diagnosed as a malignancy, metastatic malignant melanoma, lymph glands, inguinal lymph glands were involved. And later for 2 years, since last 2 years, he has left the allopathic system of medications because of some financial constraints. And then later he came to us. Last 1 year, the condition was stable, and at that last till now, the patient is almost free from these lesions. You can see here in these images, the hand images before and after the treatment. These are the cases. And pituitary adenoma cases also, we got a very good results, reduction in the tumor size, significant. Still till last 3 years, the patient we are following, and the patient is feeling better in terms of signs and symptoms. And also you can see the MRI reports. These are the pre and post MR findings. Central neurocytoma, we got a very encouraging result in this. So this is the image where you can see the size of the lesion has almost reduced to more than half, and the patient is very asymptomatic. Blurred vision and other things were completely reduced. All this is for last 2 years we are treating without any allopathic system of medications. Such a great results we are getting. So you can see in the MRI also before the treatment and after the treatment, where the mark has been done, the tumor size has significantly reduced. You can see here in this image. So this is another thyroid cancer cases. You can also see here a gradual decrease in thyroid diagnosed cancer case in a young girl. So these are few of the symptoms. Because of time constraint, I cannot explain. Apart from these type of cases, we have some work on particular 5 types of major cancers, where we try to identify published data, where preclinical studies, what are the clinical studies, and other review and computational works have been done. So for 5 cancers we are working, and it will come in a publication soon. So I will no need to go for these all. Dr. Pankaj has clearly mentioned about these. So this is just a initiation from All India Institute of Ayurveda. We are going ahead and hoping much and more in future to collaborate and make clinical researches and to make the Ayurveda system more evident. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huddar, for a very, very timely presentation and highlighting the activities of All India Institute of Ayurveda, the Integrative Oncology Center of All India Institute of Ayurveda, and how it functions, and what are the different types of cancers or major areas where we do our services. And also very special thanks to sharing some experiences, particularly patients' experiences, how Ayurveda can add on to the life of cancer patients. Thank you very much for your lucid presentation. And these were the 3 or 4 presentations from India, stalwarts in the management of cancer-related diseases, and fundamentals of Ayurveda. Thank you very much, Indian speakers. Now going to our Western part, our Western Sydney University participants part, we have Dr. Susanne Grant, who is a PhD, BPS, Bachelor of Applied Sciences, having multiple degrees. She is holding the post of Senior Research Fellow in National Institute of Complementary Medicine Health Research Institute. Her areas of interest is one of the major area is cancer, Ayurveda, yoga, and traditional Chinese medicine. She has published more than 40 research publications, reviewed papers in index journals, and in addition to her basic qualifications, she has a certificate in Ayurveda medicine from an institute in Kerala. This adds to her. And I invite Dr. Susanna Grant for her presentation, Integrative Oncology in Australia. Let us hear from Dr. Susanna. Dr. Susanna, please.
Thank you for welcoming me, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. And I would like to say that my qualification in Ayurveda is was a 3-month course, but it was fabulous in Kerala. I learnt a great deal. Can you see my slides okay? Just see my family? What can you see?
Yeah.
You can see them now?
Yes, very much.
Okay, fantastic. I've just lost. There you are. You're back on the screen now. It's a bit confusing with Teams for me. So firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I've really enjoyed the presentation so far. It's been absolutely fascinating. I'm going to talk to you about how integrative oncology is operationalized in Australia, specifically in a hospital setting. And then give you a brief overview of some of the research that we're undertaking in integrative oncology. But before I do that, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which this meeting is taking place in Australia, the Gadigal people, and leaders past and present. I'm just going to get here we go. So I think it's probably good for us just to start with a definition of what integrative oncology means in Australia. And it really is not dissimilar to what it means to you in India, I think. It's really patient-focused. It's evidence-informed, where we have that evidence, combines mind-body practices, natural products, and lifestyle modifications from different traditions in Australia. So we might have a bit of Chinese medicine, a little bit of yoga and mindfulness and so on, alongside conventional cancer treatments. In 2016, we looked at how many hospitals were providing an integrative oncology service in their cancer centre. We found that of the 285 cancer centres in Australia, about 71 of them were providing some level of, so I'm just trying to, just going to move that, where we go. We're providing some level of integrative oncology, and that varied from offering a massage and perhaps reflexology service to offering a whole other range of services for patients with cancer. But of interest, this has really grown, and at the time that we did that survey, there were 12 centres that were in development, and we know that there's many more. So one of those centres that we surveyed 5 years ago, had been in existence for 40 years, but most of them have come into develop within the last 10 years or so. So it's a very new emerging field in Australia. So what are the sorts of services that are offered? I've just taken 4 of the services in Australia and some of the things that they offer. It's mainly massage, we found, provided usually by a qualified oncology massage therapist. And then there was a lot of movement modalities such as yoga and Tai Chi, and mindfulness and art therapy and music therapy also. Holistic integrative medicine consultations. Can you hear me okay? Everything's okay? Yeah? Thank you. So our therapists provide treatments to outpatients, so people with cancer who come into the centre, inpatients who are in the hospital beds, and in the chemotherapy suite. So you can see a reflexologist and an acupuncturist there giving treatments in the chemotherapy suite. I've also just this year, post-COVID, opened our Integrative Oncology Centre at the Nickham Health Research Institute at Western Sydney University. It's the first academic integrative medical centre to open in Australia. So we've opened and we've really focused on cancer patients, but we will see all types of patients there in the future. We provide acupuncture, massage, Tai Chi. We will be providing Chinese herbal medicine, and we are providing integrative medicine doctor consults as well. At that centre, we work very closely with a hospital that's just literally down the road from us that has a cancer centre. So they refer their cancer patients up to us for us to treat them. Our therapists in both of those hospitals are really highly trained. They're able to adapt and really deal safely with all the complications that come with cancer treatment, such as lymphedema, lowered blood cell counts, fatigue, nausea, anxiety, and just wound sites and surgical devices such as catheters, ports, and stoma bags. And in the Australian context, that's really important to build confidence in some of the medical professionals who mightn't be familiar with these different types of therapies. I mean, I think, 20 years ago, a lot of oncologists in Australia would not recommend that their patients even have a massage because they didn't think it was safe. So our integrative oncology program of research at Nickham Health Research Institute at Western Sydney is, I was going to talk across 4 areas. We're doing a longitudinal data collection of all the patients that go through that integrative medicine centre and also all the patients that go through the hospital. We're doing some clinical trials, a few systematic reviews, and a couple of surveys. So I'm just going to kind of go across those briefly for you now. This looks a little bit complicated, but it's basically our patient registry, which is at the Integrative Medical Centre. We'll be collecting a range of different measures. So at the top of that, you can see PREMS, which stands for Patient Reported Experience Measures. So were patients satisfied with the treatment they received? Then we'll get data from their electronic medical record, which is their pathology and their clinical details. We'll also collect PROMs, patient reported outcome measures. So quality of life and disease-specific questionnaires, such as quality of life specifically for breast cancer, or fatigue, or depression or anxiety measures. And we're linking that with government data sets. So we have something called Medicare and a pharmaceutical benefit scheme. One of these records all of the medications that somebody in Australia might be prescribed, and the Medicare, which is our government-funded medical system, records all of these services that a person might use. So we'll be able to combine that with the data from our medical centre. And we're going to collect data from patients at a couple of time points throughout the year for the next decade and beyond. So we'll really have a long look at what's happening with these patients, the types of therapies that they're receiving, with the aim that over time we'll build a big enough data set to understand what sorts of things seem to work for specific kinds of presentations, and think about what sorts of dosages might be appropriate. Is it 10 acupuncture sessions for hot flushes for somebody who's getting cancer treatment, or peripheral neuropathy, or so on? We have that alongside the randomized clinical trials, but this is kind of real life experiences. We're running a number of different clinical studies, some studies in yoga, acupuncture, mindfulness, and a prehabilitation study. I'll just go briefly through some of those now also. So this study was looking at can individualized yoga therapy versus group yoga therapy help improve the mental health of women with gynecological or breast cancer. And then the main measures for that were anxiety and depression, and the sample size was 70. That study has just concluded, and I think the publication should come out soon, so keep an eye out for that. And the lead on that was our colleague Maria Gonzalez. This study is currently underway. It's a small study. It's a single group, and it's really just looking to see whether we can get a signal on whether or not yoga can help women with breast cancer-related lymphedema. And this yoga therapy is being offered online. And we started this during COVID, so it was great to be able to do that. So the intervention is 12 weekly sessions of yoga with a yoga teacher delivered through Zoom, or and then they have a short daily yoga practice to do at home. So I think we've nearly finished recruitment with that, and we should have results. So with that study, we're collecting these sorts of outcome measures. A SOZA measure, which is you might be familiar with this, it measures the level of lymphedema that the person has in their limb. along with their range of movement, and then whether or not yoga helps them cope better, maybe makes them feel more empowered in their life, along with other quality of life measures. So that's our current yoga studies. I've just talked to you now about the acupuncture studies we've got running. We have a small study looking at acupuncture for cancer-related fatigue. That's a randomized controlled trial. The intervention is 12 weeks, 14 sessions of acupuncture compared to a wait list. And the main outcome for that is a brief fatigue inventory. I just thought I'd just bring up this paper that we did. We looked at all of the patients, 127 that we had go through our integrative oncology service at the hospital. And we just looked at patients over a certain period of time and to see what sorts of things they came to the service for, and specifically why they came for acupuncture, to understand how we might do treat those things better. And this has led to the development of this study, which is using acupuncture for symptom clusters. So we've just run a small study of 20 women looking at acupuncture to treat a combination of sleep, fatigue, pain, and peripheral neuropathy in women with breast cancer. And that was a really popular study. We recruited to that study really quickly, and we've analysed the results, and we'll publish that again probably early next year. But the signal was very strong for effectiveness, and so we'll go to a fuller randomised controlled trial in 2024 probably. Another study that we have going is a whether or not electroacupuncture can help with erectile dysfunction after in men with prostate cancer after they've had surgery. And this has been based on some clinical experience showing that some of the electroacupuncture given at the sacral points was effective in actually some nerve regeneration. That will be a 9-week intervention, and that's recruiting right now, so that probably won't get results until late next year. This was just a cohort study. We looked at all of the participants and got the consent to look at their data before we enrolled them, who received acupuncture and reflexology during chemotherapy, and that was 330 patients. The symptom change for all participant encounters was statistically significant for all symptoms. But most importantly, there was a reduction of levels of global distress of greater than 3 on a scale of 10. So if somebody's saying that they've got global distress of 6 out of 10, and you take that distress down to 3, that's a really big outcome for those patients. It really improves their quality of life. This study is underway. We've almost completed that, and we'll be analysing the data early next year. This was a 6-week online mindfulness course. A lot of the mindfulness that's done, or meditation that's done in Australia in cancer settings, is often in hospitals anyway, is the mindfulness-based stress reduction course, and that's a 12-week course, which is quite long. And so we shortened it to a 6-week program, and we're seeing whether that's effective. Just going to check on the time, just so I know how much more. I just don't want to run over time. Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, you have 1 more minute to finish, madam.
Okay. I'll just go quickly through these last few things. Another thing we have is a prehabilitation program, which is a combination of different therapies to support women who are having their chemotherapy before their surgery. And it's a wonderful program. Women are loving that. And that combines yoga, meditation, and exercise and diet. And that's the intervention there. We're also conducting a number of different systematic reviews. They're listed there, and my slides will be available to anybody who wants them. We recently completed a systematic review of yoga for depression and anxiety symptoms in people with cancer, and that's published, so if you'd like to have a look at that. But the results, as you can see here, if that's the line of no effect, most of the effect was good. It was all over on the left side, and the quality of their trials was not too bad, so it was a good result. We are running in 2023 a national survey of people with complementary therapies to understand their use and what they are taking and what they are doing, and this will hopefully identify potential gaps. and what research might be needed, and help bring awareness to healthcare providers. We just did a survey actually of all of the doctors and nurses at the hospital where the Integrative Oncology program is, and 94.5% were supportive of the integration of complementary therapies in cancer care, which was wonderful. However, whilst most were really happy for the integration, very few were able to actually, less than half were confident, only half were confident in discussing complementary therapies with their patients. So that's it from me. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm sorry I had to run over those last couple of slides.
Thank you very much, madam. I was about to announce that the time is up. Thank you very much for completing your deliberation timely. And you have spoken about the situation of cancer management in Australia in general and in your institute in particular, and non-medicinal interventions, how they affect or how they support the cancer management you have highlighted in your presentations. Thank you very much. Also, you have quoted certain RCTs and systematic reviews on cancer, certain survey studies which you have been conducted at your institute on cancer. I hope the day is not far away to add on the Ayurveda management, the commonly available Ayurveda herbs in your land in the management of cancer with our collaborative research activities. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Going ahead, I invite Dr. Deep Jyoti Bhuyan, who is having a PhD from University of Newcastle, and his PhD is specifically on pancreatic cancer therapeutics. His research is centered on the development of gut microbiota-based therapeutic strategies for cancer, and also investigating the complex synergistic interactions among natural bioactive compounds with standard drugs against cancer and infectious diseases. Having a good laboratory experience on cancer management, cell line studies, and other things, Dr. Bhuyan is going to talk on the topic gut microbiome, postbiotics, and cancer. How can Ayurveda? Dr. Bhuyan, it's your time now. 15 minutes, please.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Rajagopala, for this wonderful introduction. And thank you, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Nikam Health Research Institute, Western Sydney University, and Australasian Association of Ayurveda for organizing this webinar, as well as giving me the opportunity to talk about my research. I actually like to start my presentation with this particular quote from Hippocrates. So he was a famous philosopher who said that everything begins in the gut. So all diseases begin in the gut, your health, everything else. So this is my the title of my presentation. It's a bit different from what you have heard so far from different speakers. I'm not an Ayurveda expert, just a disclaimer, but I am working on gut microbiome and postbiotics and cancer. So we are trying to find therapeutic strategies using gut microbiome and postbiotics. But I definitely think that Ayurveda will be able to play a key role in this aspect, and I'll explain why and how. So let's talk a little bit about the problem itself. So we are talking about cancer. It's an integrative oncology webinar, and we all know how bad cancer is. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, it takes around $780 million American dollars to develop a drug from scratch.
So what we have to ask other there.
That's a huge. Am I audible?
Participants, please keep your mic muted.
Yeah, thank you. So it takes about $780 million American dollars to develop a drug from scratch. It's a huge amount of money.
Like slowly going in the path.
Bhuyan, please carry on. Participants, please keep your mic muted. Dr. Bhuyan, please carry on. Dr. Bhuyan, please unmute yourself. Dr. Buyan, you can please unmute yourself and carry on. We are not able to hear you. Deep Buyan. Niche.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Please. Yes, please.
Thank you. So instead of reinventing the wheel, what we think that we can use whatever we have. And one way of doing that is to harness the power of gut microbiome. And I will explain how that actually works. So our philosophy is that we can combine natural products with standard therapy, and that way we can address a lot of different things, including fighting drug resistance, increasing the efficacy of chemotherapy. Or an intervention, it lies in the gut microbiome. So our research, as I said, we do synergy research, which means we look at how we can combine natural products with standard chemotherapy, and then we try them against different types of cell lines. So my research is predominantly preclinical in nature, but we are hoping that with our post-biotic research, we'll be able to translate that to clinical setup sometime in the future. So as you can see here, most of the studies we have published from my research group, and we have published studies on breast cancer and where we are combining different natural products like Australian propolis, for example, or cannabidiol, which is found in cannabis. And we have combined them together, and then we look at the molecular mechanisms, how they work against these cancer cell lines. And we use different mathematical prediction models as well to find synergy. So we are just not just saying that it is working better, but we are actually quantifying that as well to find the potential synergy between them. And the next step would be to take it to an animal model and potentially a clinical trial. So that is the first aspect. And the second aspect is the gut microbiota component of cancer. So we have published extensively. This particular research team was only introduced last year, and my team is working on different aspects of gut microbiome and cancer. And this is one of the papers that we have published, where we looked at, we have our first author, Kayla here, and Kayla is doing her MRes in a gut microbiome and breast cancer. So we looked at how we can use gut microbiome in terms of what happens when you develop a certain type of cancer, as well as the therapy. So it's basically discussing all the aspects from carcinogenesis to therapeutics to prognosis. So we looked at 5 most common cancers, and you can have a look at the paper if you're interested. Then we made it to the news recently as well. So I wrote an article based on our research on postbiotics for the Conversation. So those who don't know what Conversation is, it's a platform where researchers write articles based on their research in very simple English, so that everyone have access to it and everyone can understand. So that article has received around 50,000 or more reads so far, and it has been shared all over the globe, and it was actually featured on ABC News as well last week. And I spoke to the ABC Radio about it as well, and today they are going to air the ABC Radio interview about our research on postbiotics. And I think it was also featured in Brazil, where they translated the article to Brazilian or Portuguese. So you can have a read, and it actually simplifies all the research that we are doing on postbiotic and cancer. So yeah, I'm sure like you probably have this question, what are actually postbiotics? So these are basically the byproduct of our gut microbiome. So when we eat a prebiotic and probiotic foods, like prebiotic as in like dietary fiber, fruits and vegetables and things like that, and probiotic food as in like yogurt, and fermented foods, they actually are together, they're called symbiotic. And then when they reach the gut microbiome will metabolize that to produce postbiotics. So essentially, so all the benefits that we get from probiotic food, the potential benefits are actually driven by these postbiotics. So these postbiotics are the molecules, the signaling molecules that do all the magic. So when you talk about like whether probiotics are good for cancer or not, these are the molecules that are driving that. So we are looking at, instead of looking at what happens to the gut microbiome, we are looking at the signaling molecules that are produced by the gut microbiome so that we can get one step ahead of the research. So we also published a paper this year as well. Kayla was the first author, and we published this paper in Gut Microbes, which is one of the most prestigious journals in gut microbiome research. And we looked at how these postbiotics. So when I talk about gut microbial metabolites, I essentially mean postbiotics. Postbiotic is the simpler term. So we looked at postbiotics and how they can help in the treatment of cancer as well as in the development. So postbiotic is not necessarily always good. So there are two different types of postbiotics. It can be bad, like bile acids, for example, and there are good ones like short chain fatty acids and niacin and things like that. So you can see most of the postbiotics that we could find in the literature are represented there. And there are three different categories, like why we think that postbiotics can be the key to treat diseases like cancer in the future. The first one being it can induce apoptosis. So many cancer researchers will tell you that that's one of the most desirable characteristic of any treatment. So that treatment should induce apoptosis, and that's something that these postbiotics can induce. The second one is they can actually invade the pathogenic microbes. So what happens is that our gut microbiome has both good and the bad bacteria. So these postbiotics, so good bacteria produce these postbiotics, which will actually replace the bad bacteria in the gut. So that whole process is called colonization resistance. And it's one of the key reasons why we develop cancer. So when we have a disbalance of good and the bad, so with the bad bacteria increase, the good one decrease, at that time there are chances that you can develop cancer. And the third one is that they can interact with the immune system. So there are three different reasons. First being apoptosis, second is the colonization resistance, and the third is that they can interact with the immune system, and they can inhibit pro-inflammatory cytokines, which are quite responsible for mediating the inflammatory response of cancer. The last part which we actually want to develop as researchers is that this is one of the most under-investigated aspect of gut microbial metabolites or postbiotics. What we want to do, there are some studies that show that when you combine postbiotics with standard chemotherapy, it will increase the efficacy of chemotherapy. But the studies are not, there's not a whole lot. So we don't understand how it works. Like we know that it works on cellular models and some animal models, but it doesn't, whether it works in a desirable way in terms of the molecular mechanisms of action, that is another question that we are trying to address. So our as I said in the beginning of my presentation, that we want to have combination therapy. We know that postbiotics alone cannot cure cancer. Cancer is a complex disease, and we will need as many strategies as we can in addition to chemotherapy and immunotherapy. So we think that combining postbiotics with chemotherapy can be the answer. So this is one of the other research that was done by my PhD student, Radva Iladvi, and we were able to present this work in Germany last month. And this paper was also published in Journal of Immunotherapy of Cancer. So essentially what we did is that we combined one of the postbiotics, which is a short chain fatty acid called sodium butyrate, you can see there. We combined that with a standard drug called dexamethasone, which is used for lymphoma. And then we assessed that against gastric cancer, and we found that it increased the effect of the drug by 10 or 12 folds. And it also worked on different molecular mechanisms as well, which was quite interesting to see. And we are currently drafting the full paper, and it will be published soon as well. Then, in addition to that, we are not just working on postbiotics. We are also looking at traditional medicine, specifically bush medicine. My student Indivari has done this amazing paper recently where we looked at all the native Australian fruits and vegetables and how we could use them for cancer therapy and different other sorts of inflammatory diseases as well. So this paper is also online. You can have a look. The main reason of choosing these native fruits and vegetables is that they also have been shown to induce apoptosis in cancer cells, and we think that we will be able to take that research forward. And that particular research, I was able to present this research last month in Spain as well in polyphenols application, and where we looked at one of the native currant, which is a traditional fruit, and we looked at their anti-cancer effects as well as what are the chemicals that are present in that. Okay, so now, as I said before, that I'm not an expert in Ayurveda, but I grew up with Ayurveda as a child in India. Ayurveda was a way of life. So I remember like when I was in school, I had this issue with my like I had pharyngitis, so I could not I had severe pain and things, and I remember going to different doctors, from one doctor from another, and my mom was very stressed and all that, and I remember nothing worked. So we did it for a few years, but it just kept coming back, and I could not speak sometimes properly because of that, and like severe pain and things like that. But we went to an Ayurvedic doctor.
Sir, you have one more minute.
Sure. I'll be quick. And then we were able to actually fix that with Ayurveda. So I definitely trust that. So in terms of gut microbiome, there has been several studies, recent studies that actually link different aspects of gut microbiome with Ayurveda. I will not go too much into detail, but you can have some of these papers, have a look at that if you want. And these are some of the studies that have done in terms of the Prakriti, which is this is a phenotypic characterization of a person according to the Ayurveda concept. So you will see that it is genetically determined, and it categorizes the population based on the appearance, temperament, and habits. And these are different doshas. I am very interested in Vata dosha because it has been linked with gut microbiome. That's my kind of expertise. So I would be very interested to look into that in the future. And these are some of the herbs that have been used in Ayurvedic medicine, and they have been shown to modulate the gut microbiome, and they have been shown to increase the production of good bacteria, and undesirable species were reduced. So there's definitely a link between postbiotic and this particular formulation of Ayurveda called Triphala, which is basically a combination of 3 different fruits. Then curcumin, we all know about curcumin. I think Dr. Pankaj has also spoken a little bit about curcumin, and curcumin has been used in Ayurvedic medicine for centuries. And it has been shown to impact the gut microbiome as well in relation to cancer. There has been a lot of studies on curcumin and gut microbiome, as well as cancer. So we are quite interested in that aspect as well, looking at curcumin and how we could use it for stomach cancer and breast cancer in the future. These are some of the projects that we are currently doing. We see that it's a different array of projects we are running. We're looking at antiviral effects of things as well, anti-aging properties and stuff like that. And this is my amazing team who creates all the magic in the lab. So without them, I'm nothing. So big shout out to them. And these are some of the publications that we had recently, and you can have a look if you're interested, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. My motto is that if we combine natural medicine with gut microbiome, we should be able to get improved health outcomes. And these are some of our current collaboration. I'll be very quick. And then this is my contact details. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyan. You have started beautiful slide of the quoting from Hippocrates, which took us back to our original text of Ayurveda, which was written around 2,500 years back. That is Charaka Samhita, where it is mentioned that Rogaha sarvepi mandegno. All the diseases are due to poor digestive power. Rogaha sarvepi mandegno. It exactly synchronizes with the saying of Hippocrates. I don't know who is first, but definitely it synchronizes together. Thank you very much for opening the vista of gut microbiome, particularly postbiotics and their role. And you have, in your presentations, you have quoted the role of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha in the digestive process. Ayurveda says that Vayu, Agni, and Kleda, that is, Vayu stands first. You have also quoted the same thing. Thank you very much for your presentation on laboratory experimentations, which you are conducting, and I hope our collaborative activities will further strengthen the science of natural medicine. Thank you very much. Going to the last presentation of today, we have Dr. Sean Matthews from Western Sydney University, Australia. He is associated with Bondi Medical Centre, Australia, and his areas of interest are effective management of chronic illness through Ayurveda and yoga. He had his training of Ayurveda and yoga, Indian traditional system of medicine in India, and presently he is practicing on promotion of well-being and the effective management of chronic illnesses of all kinds. I request Dr. Sean Matthews to present his deliberation on Ayurveda, yoga therapy, and holistic treatment of cancer. And sir, your allotted time is 15 minutes. 1 minute before I will be giving a talk. Please start your presentation.
Thank you. Can everybody see my slide? Yep.
Yes, we can see you and hear you as well.
Good, thank you. So my esteemed colleagues at the All India Institute of Ayurvedic Medicine, here at NICM in Sydney and all in the Department of Ayush, it's a real honour to be able to contribute to this gathering today. And hopefully I can bring something a bit different in terms of the holistic approach to cancer based on my experience in clinical practice here in Sydney. And the first thing I'd like to do is to honour the traditional custodians of the land that I'm standing on, which are the Darug people. And we've already seen how some of the traditional medicines of this country are starting to be involved in cancer research here in Australia, which is very heartening. So I'd like to focus a bit today on a patient-centered approach to cancer. And sometimes I call this talk healing from the inside out. How can we empower our patients to heal and to support their immune system functioning when they're faced with the diagnosis of cancer? So in Ayurveda Week, we honour Dhanvantari, the god of healing, who is, a great representation for us to think about our innate healing potential. And so Ayurveda says to us that our very nature is to heal. That's our birthright as human beings, that we are actually part of nature and we have that healing potential. So, from the point of view of a patient, to be diagnosed with cancer, it can be a very scary and even traumatic experience. And what I'd like to do today is just to outline the holistic approach that I use and to ask that question, as a person diagnosed with cancer, how can I align myself with my healing nature in the context of my lived life, my normal day-to-day life? And how can we empower people in that journey? So cancer in the Ayurvedic tradition is acknowledged as a deep-seated illness. One of the beautiful things of Ayurveda is that it really directs treatment to the individual. Oftentimes in Western medicine, we approach it with a one-size-fits-all, and oftentimes things can be lost in that process. The other thing that Ayurveda texts acknowledge is that it needs to be modified for time and context. And as somebody who's practicing in Australia, I'm really trying to utilise local treatments and whatever's available, whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Indigenous medicine traditions, in how I approach empowering my patients. So cancer, what does it mean? What it means to you and what it means to a patient might be quite different. And a lot of my work is actually helping people reframe their ideas about cancer, rather than seeing it as a sentence, to acknowledge that it is a serious illness, but ultimately the prognosis is unknown. There may be 5-year survival statistics, which can be useful, but they shouldn't be limiting. So from the point of view of how I work with patients, I'll say, well, cancer is serious. It's something that's happened. Let's focus on well-being and empowering your immune system. And it's also the case that I often have patients who use cancer as an opportunity for growth and self-understanding. And some have even said to me they saw it as a gift, the gift of illness. So the beautiful model that comes from yoga of the 5 koshas helps us to really understand how we are all a mind, body, spirit complex. And all those different parts of ourselves need to be supported and nurtured. So we talk about the 5 koshas, the pancha kosha, starting from the physical body, moving through to the energetic body or the pranic body, the level of the mind, the deeper levels of the unconscious, and then the core of ourselves, which is called the Anandamaya kosha, which, if you like, is like a quiet, still witness of all of the dramas of our lives. Well, what I try and do is give patients structure. It's a practical approach that involves how can I support or how can we work together to support the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels of their lives. And this necessarily involves them taking some responsibility for how their life goes. It doesn't involve change, but it's very much centered around them. And I'm trying to give them some hope and inspiration, which is often really sorely needed when you're diagnosed with cancer. So a lot of my esteemed colleagues have already spoken quite a lot about the physical quadrant, the importance of a healing diet appropriate for body type, health and balance, age, and hopefully inspired by our intuition. We've also heard about self-care practices such as yoga, meditation, tai chi. We look at the rejuvenating power of sleep. So oftentimes I'm helping people to have a deeper and restful sleep. And also how to rest deeply. And I certainly teach a lot of yoga nidra, which is a lying down meditation practice, which helps to rejuvenate people, especially when their adrenal system gets depleted. And certainly we use Ayurvedic herbs, vitamins, and herbal teas. Other speakers have also talked about the power of helping people to establish healthy habits in their lives, what we call swastha vritta. Now, in my experience, the emotional quadrant is probably the least well managed of the quadrants. And for me, it's really about having the skills to be able to identify how you're feeling and to be able to get support for that. And oftentimes the people who are closest to us can't necessarily offer that kind of support. And so I am a big believer in what I describe as proactive psychotherapy, also mentorship, holistic life coaching. Some of my cancer patients have talked about the importance of letting go of negative influences in their lives. We also do have some cancer support groups here in Australia. And really developing skills in emotional literacy. This is something we often don't get taught in school. The mental quadrant is another quadrant that needs support. And here we're looking at things like satsang. This is here I am drawing particularly from yoga. Having company or keeping company with the wise, people who are inspiring, positive, teachers, etc. And also the power of community, empowering people to reach out and to establish healing communities. For the last 25 years, I've been teaching at a College of Natural Therapies here in Sydney. And I see people going on remarkable journeys of transformation. A lot of that's just a function of them being around like-minded people, having inspiring teachers, and it's remarkable how much, well, the kinds of journeys they can go on. But in a modern contemporary context, I also see people getting a lot of support through 12-step programs such as Codependence Anonymous, GROW, through personal development seminars, or also perhaps through yoga schools, Buddhist sanghas, or Christian groups. And oftentimes we have to actually invite this and actively search this out in our lives. And this can be extraordinarily beneficial. The spiritual quadrant, which relates, I guess, to that very fundamental question for all of us, who am I? What's going to happen to me when I die? And how should I live my life between the point of my birth and my death in a way that's authentic and meaningful for me? So that's an ongoing inquiry for all of us. But for somebody diagnosed with cancer, there may be an added urgency, and they may be able to really work to support that inquiry. might be through literature, it might be through teachers, it might be through practice of meditation and yoga. And the last thing I've mentioned there is aligning yourself with your personal dharma. So once we start to align ourselves with our personal dharma, which I define as that path through life that allows you to live into your fullest potential, it relates to your family life, your vocation, voluntary work, being part of a community. But as you start to align with that, in a sense where you find your individual thread fitting into the overall tapestry of life, and we can say that your prana, your life force gets a lot stronger. So you're living each day with a deep sense of satisfaction and purpose. So there are a lot of benefits with that. And this does encourage healthy immune system functioning, deeper sense of connection, especially in an age when so many people are feeling isolated, and also can open the way for synchronicity, awe, and wonder. And this is the kinds of experiences that some of my patients have described, who actually said to me that this cancer has been a gift. And they didn't say that lightly. So it's also true that there has been a degree of, or quite a considerable body of research, Western scientific research into cancer. And I'm going to focus on breast cancer survival. And I want to share a few studies with you. In 2007, in the Journal of Breast Cancer, they reviewed 31 studies over the last 30 years, looking at the effects of psychological factors on the survival of breast cancer patients. And they found that there was an 80% significant association between at least one of the psychosocial variables and disease outcome. It was also recommended that more research needed to be done. So two specific studies that I'd like to highlight is one which was done in California by Spiegel et al. It was published in The Lancet. And they offered a group of women 1 year of supportive group psychotherapy. The treatment group had the option of that, and the control group opted not to go with that. They just had routine cancer care for their metastatic breast cancer. The groups involved discussion on how to cope with cancer, expression of feelings, how to be more assertive with doctors, and also taught skills in self-hypnosis. And they found that the survival time was doubled in the treatment group. So this was statistically significant. Another study also done in America, which was published in the Journal of Alternative Therapies in Health and Medicine. The treatment group this time was offered classes in health psychology, what they described as looking at positive attitudes to health, relaxation, guided imagery, stress management, even spirituality, problem solving, and helping them with their personal health plan setting. And they found that the treatment group lived significantly longer at a 4 to 7 year follow-up. So there has been research in this field, although I would say that it probably more needs to be done. And I think that this is very much in line with a lot of the principles of Ayurveda, which sees the human being in such a holistic way. What I can say in my clinical experience is the people who tend to get the best outcomes with their health, and particularly with cancer, often have a broad support network. So this might be mainstream medical practitioners, it could be a caring GP, oncologists, surgeon, radiotherapist. And then they also have a complementary, if you like, arm to their healing journey. So it might be a yoga teacher, a meditation teacher, a good herbalist, Ayurvedic practitioner, psychotherapist, body worker, a massage therapist, acupuncture, or herbalist. So to my way of thinking, when you're challenged with something as confronting and serious as cancer, you really need to have the best health team with you so that you feel strong and you can build up internal resources that are going to help you to balance your Agni and to strengthen your immune system functioning. We also looked at wellbeing groups and the power of being involved in a group process. As social creatures, we do need to have those kinds of associations, and they can make a huge difference in the journey towards healing.
Sir, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you. So my last slide, just looking at the common features of the patients that I've seen who've got who've had remarkable healing outcomes. First of all, as I mentioned, a broad support network of healthcare practitioners, both Western medical as well as complementary healthcare practitioners, that they've been proactive in their approach to health, that they've been open to new experiences, that they've been able to create meaningful relationships with their healthcare practitioners. They have the support of family and friends, which is a huge bonus. And also to embrace the positive aspects of their journey rather than seeing it as a negative thing, see it as a positive thing. As I mentioned, that idea of the gift of illness, and to utilize a lovely holistic approach which Ayurveda and yoga offer us. And, I'm very heartened by the research that's going on in India and here in Parramatta and in other countries. And, my personal view is that, Ayurveda, as the mother of all sciences, has so much to teach the world in these challenging times, and particularly in the treatment of cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sean Matthews, for a very elaborate presentation on importance of supportive system in cancer management. Stress is a very important factor, and you have highlighted the importance of supportive system by all means. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now going ahead with the session, we have panel discussion, and we have panelists with us. And I invite our director, Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri, to be the moderator of this panel discussion. Madam, please conduct the panel discussion session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajgopal. I welcome our esteemed panelists, Professor Dennis Chang and Dr. Deep Jyoti Bhuyan from our Australian side, and Professor Sujata Kadam and Manjusha Rajgopal, both the Dean Academic from Goa campus. We have the satellite center at Goa. We have already started. And Dr. Sujata, Professor Sujata, she is basically Ayurveda gynecology, heading the department. To have you all together. So with this, the audience, this is again going to be a good knowledge piece. So Professor Dennis Chang, Director NCISM, and the leader of one of the organizer today to NICAM. So Dennis Chang ji, please share your experience in integrative approach in management of cancer with Ayurveda. And I can again continue your next question. Maybe you answered all together. What is your vision for the collaborative research program in integrative cancer management? And I must share that online and offline also, the leaders from various countries, various organizations have also joined. So that would give the vision, maybe take the collaborative work further. Thank you, Dennis Chang.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Nasari, and great to see you again. So, so let me answer the first question. Obviously, in general, so the integrated approach in managing chronic illness, including cancer, in Australia and also in Western country, still it's in its infancy. So, so many of the Western countries still. People are still, mainstream medicals in particular still have some level of skepticism in terms of being not mainstream interventions and so that the uptake rate is relatively low. So the current use of a complementary and traditional medicine approach is more or less at a grassroots level. So either through like a private individuals and patient taking Western pharmaceutical medicine and complementary medicine concurrently themselves, or at the private clinic where doctors who might either believe complementary medicine or have trained in some modality of complementary medicine, or sometimes at some community health center, women's health center level, they also happen as well. Interesting enough, it's among all disciplines, and the uptake rate of complementary or integrated medicine approach in cancer is among the highest. So a survey of 1,500 cancer patients recently showed there was a 67% of the cancer patient using complementary medicine. And also another survey shows a quarter of the cancer institute in Australia incorporate some level of complementary medicine intervention into their practice as well. So we, as Dr. Suzanne Grant actually presented, we do have quite a number of the hospitals, including Chris O'Brien Lifehouse and Peter Mac Center, so Olivia Newton-John Center, that offer a whole range of the remedial massage, yoga, acupuncture, mindfulness, lifestyle advice, clinical psychology, etc., etc. So the one interesting thing I need to say is that there is still very little use of a herbal medicine or any oral ingestible complementary medicine due to the concerns that the herb-drug interaction might happen that interact with the chemotherapy in particular. The other interesting observation is the funding of those integrated therapies is still at the hand of patient themselves, because obviously some institution might provide some subsidy and some charity donations. For example, we have received donation from Dry July Foundation that actually subsidize the yoga therapy and the remedial method therapy of cancer patients, because they themselves cannot afford to pay for the whole thing, because it's not covered by the Medicare system, which is the universal Medicare system in Australia. They only mainly cover the Western pharmaceutical medicine treatment. So that's the other key challenges I identified. So in terms of your second question, Professor Nassari, about the collaborative research opportunity here, I think there is a huge amount we can do together. So for example, as Dr. Bouyan highlighted, there is a lot of the benchtop research to develop novel anti-cancer intervention based on Ayurveda intervention can be used for symptoms associated with the chemotherapy and radiotherapy in particular, because it is a bit more challenging to develop anti-cancer therapy, because at the end of the day, you have to show you really, the intervention can really kill cancer cells. But my suggestion is that we focus on those areas that we could actually help improve cancer patients' quality of life and reduce the side effect of cancer therapies, etc. So we can actually collaborate in the areas of the clinical trials and to validate some of the effect and safety of the Ayurveda intervention. We could actually look into some Ayurveda herbs and do drug development based on that. I mean, maybe some active component can have anti-cancer effects. So who knows? And so we need to look into that as well. So I'm also thinking the other areas. So we should actually develop some kind of white papers and to look at the current status of the oncology, integrated oncology in both countries. And that actually will help to influence the policy and also the clinical guideline development in that space. And so I myself will be going to Canberra, the capital city of Australia, next Thursday to be attending one of the parliamentary breakfasts where we're presenting our white paper on integrated oncology to our government. So that's sort of the things we could do together in the future. The other areas I think we could do is we can compiling and analyze some of the real life data from integrated oncology clinics and centers, and that actually will help us to work out what other therapy that is working, and also will help to inform the evidence-based clinical practice. And lastly, I think we could work together in the areas of the clinical practice guideline development in the areas of the integrated oncology. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
That's a great vision and the challenges. Thank you. From integrative practice to developing the standardized, validated guidelines protocol and the white paper. We look forward to that. Thank you very much for that. And now moving ahead, we have the experiential professor who has the experience of practicing in the gynecology for the female. So Professor Sujata Kadam, please share your experience in integrative approach in management of cancer like cervical cancer, uterine cancer with Ayurveda, integration of Ayurveda. And what are the challenges you have faced, especially in practice, as well as what are the future strategies for the research in integrative oncology in female patients? Professor Sujata, over to you.
Namaste to everyone. Thank you, me, for giving this opportunity, great opportunity to interact with all. As per my experience, we can categorize the patients of uterine malignancy or cervical malignancy, which is much more common worldwide. We can categorize them in the 3 type of patients. One is to what Ayurveda can do in the preventive aspect, like where human pylori infection, the HPV infection, which is the most commonest cause for the cervical malignancy. When a patients get HPV positive in pap smear test and in vaginal swab test, we can prevent the further spread of this infection and which creates the malignancy afterwards. That can be prevented with various local therapies, vaginal douches or tampons, medicated tampons. That can be prevented, and CIN1, cervical intraepithelial neoplasia 1, 2, 3, that can also be prevented with local treatments, which were explained in Ayurveda, like medicated decoction or douches, vaginal douches and tampons, and internally supported with rasayan therapy. Then second type of patients are those who are actually the cancer patients up to the second grade 2 type A that are operable. Standard care of treatment available for these type of patient is surgery. So surgery followed by we can support with the Ayurveda in post-operative quick recovery and supportive management with diet, lifestyle, rasayan therapy, and yes, rejuvenating therapy, and the psychological support, which is very much necessary in such a type of patient. That patients should never lose the hope, and that yoga and meditation, we can take the support of these in such cases. And number 3, which where these cases are very much critical, that they are non-operable. Type 3 and type 4 malignant patients, these are non-operable cases, and these patients will be having symptoms like heavy vaginal bleedings. Sometimes this bleeding may be offensive if that vagina is infected, and then constipation, then recurrent UTI and lump in lower abdomen. So for such symptoms, we can take the help of Ayurveda, additional with the radio and chemotherapy, which is the best treatment suggested by the conventional medicine. So in such cases, the seeds bath with various decoctions can reduce the bitter and astringent herbs. Decoctions, seeds bath, we can advise them to reduce the vaginal bleeding also and infections in vagina and offensive discharge. And internally also bitter and astringent having property herbs, we can suggest them, and the rasayan therapy and various Suvarnakalpas. And for reduction of chemotherapy side effects, hepatoprotective drugs can be administered in such cases. The most challenging challenge is in integration is the patients are visiting the Ayurveda practitioners in very late stage. They are trying various whatever available standard treatments, and after that they reaches when there is no hope, and then they visits the Ayurveda practitioner. So that is the most challenging problem with the integrative approach. what is the strength of Ayurveda is prevention. So if we can catch them in preventive stage only, that is HPV infection or CIN grade, so that is a very good. That will be a very good effort by Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you. Very precisely, you have mentioned categorize opportunities, experience, and challenges in the gynecology. And the strength is prevention. So catch them in early stage is the mantra what we can say, and complement at every stage as a chemo prevention, radio, and as a value addition. Thank you, Professor Sujata. Now again coming to Dr. Deep Bhuyan. As you are the expert in my gut microbiota and the therapeutic management, so I would like to know more about from yourself that what are your experiences regarding research in gut microbiota based therapeutic management of the cancer, and what are your findings related to synergistic interaction among natural bioactive compounds and standard of care against cancer. And as your uh, questionnaire you suggested, we say that Shantegno Mriyate, that means when the Agni digestive fire dies, patient dies, cancer. So the first question and the foremost question is, how is your appetite? That itself tells us about the underlying gut microbiota. So what is take on this? Please, Dr. Bhuyan, Deep Bhuyan.
Thank you, Professor Nasari. Yeah, I mean, I was listening to all the panelists and I was very fascinated by what Professor Kadam said in terms of HPV infections and things. So we are actually setting up a research component here where we are looking at oncogenic viruses, including HPV and EBV. And we are trying to develop postbiotic based interventions for these kind of viral infections so that we can prevent cancer. So to answer your question, Professor Nasari, there has been a lot of studies. Like recently, if you look at even conventional studies, would look at the microbial communities. So if you take a certain intervention, some bacterial population will increase, whereas some will decrease. But that's as far as they go. So when it comes to postbiotic, there hasn't been much done. That's why we are trying to find that niche area where we could actually do some unique research in that sense. Having said that, there has been some studies that looked at postbiotics and cardiovascular diseases, but in terms of cancer, it's been quite new. Even if you look at the common search engines and look for postbiotics, you probably won't be able to find that because they refer that it's still a very convoluted the definition itself. There's been a lot of debates and things like that. So we are kind of some of the pioneers of postbiotic research when it comes to oncotherapy. So there has been a lot of challenges. I would say, especially when we look at herbal medicine, for instance, and we want to use herbal medicine to increase the production of postbiotics, that's our angle. So one of the challenges with herbal medicine that we have faced is that quality control. So sometimes if you get an extract or if you get a sample from a supplier and then you extract it yourself and then you run the extract on different cellular models or animal models, but that changes. So once you change the supplier, even if you go with the same supplier, sometimes the activity changes. That's because herbal medicine itself is a complex way of dealing with medicine because there's so many variabilities in terms of seasonal variation, geographical locations, and things like that. So in terms of our research with herbal medicine and combination therapy, so we have tried different chemotherapeutic agents. As I was telling in my talk as well, we have looked at we have tried to quantify. So we actually developed a mathematical prediction model in-house, which could be used for any type of synergy studies between chemotherapy or any standard drug for that matter and herbal medicine. And we were able to publish that work. But having said that, there is definitely limitation when it comes to having a very gold standard quantification index. We have state-of-the-art facilities. We have all the molecular studies that we could perform here at NICM. But sometimes we do, in terms of the mathematical prediction itself, we had those limitations, but that's why we decided to go ahead with making our own mathematical model so that we can predict synergy, and then we can take it to clinical trial eventually based on the preclinical data. Does that answer your question?
Yes, very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for all the explanations. And I think future is when we have to create evidences. I think we have to collaborate with you for scientific understanding, for molecular understanding, as well as for the mechanistic study and the future synergies. So I think we look forward, Dr. Deepuyan, for having collaboration for scientific understanding of our treatment. And such a successful treatment, we also have the expertise at All India Institute of Ayurveda, where we have the specialty tertiary care unit, a specialty in all Ayurveda branches. And now starting from the gynecology, now it is Urdhvanga, which is the head neck, and we have the Shalakya, that is the specialty which looks after head, neck and oral diseases and the health. And we have Professor Head and the Dean Professor Manjusha Rajgopal. So I would like to request her, Dr. Manjusha, to share your most experience. What are the common Ayurvedic herbs and the modalities as a holistic you come across, and your experience in management of oral cancer, as well as the role of Ayurveda in dealing with side effects of radiation therapy in head and neck cancer, because we have also developed the standard treatment protocol. And what is your experiences, challenges, and what is way ahead is also in the healing of the wounds and many other areas. So thank you. It's over to you, Manjusha. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all the participants of this wonderful webinar. As you rightly said, like CA, we are seeing that it's a very common problem, and among that, various types of cancers. Head and neck cancer is also a major health problem throughout the world, and more so in South Asian countries, because here the tobacco and its products are more rampant in use, and this is the most common risk factor which can be avoided. And oral CA is the fifth most common cause of head and neck cancer. The drugs which I am using or we are using in our department in oral and head cancer patients, they are mostly in two ways it is used: for the local procedures and for the internal use. For the local procedures, the two important procedures are Kavala and Gandusha, where we use Trifla, and then Panchavalkal, that is 5 milk yielding plants. Then Yashti Madhu, these powders are either mixed with honey or they are made in a decoction form and they are used for rinsing purpose. Then for internal medication, we use the Churna, which contains 3 drugs, that is Guruchi, Gokshu and Amlaki. And I prefer to mix it with Abhrak Bhasma, which is also one of the very good immunomodulators. Then Google is said to be like check the cancerous activity by experimental studies also. In the various Google preparations, Trifla Google and Keshore Google are most effective in my experience. And Kushman, Avlehe, Agastya Harit Ki Rasayan, Chitrak Harit Ki Rasayan, these 3 preparations in concussion form, or we say semi-solid or the Avlehe form, they are very effective, particularly for head and neck cancer. For local application of the wound onto the external facial skin, like I have experience of treating this squamous cell carcinoma at the temporal canthus of the eye. In that, Jatyadi Tela, Varunadi Krita or Jatyadi Krita can be used, and it does wonders for the wound healing. And along with the local medicines, leech application is one parasurgical procedure which is helpful in or enhancing the wound healing in these patients. This in one patient I had, old age patient, who had squamous cell carcinoma, in which I did leech application and there was fast healing of that wound and the bleeding was also stopped. And another experience as PG dissertation in oral submucous fibrosis, where we gave the holistic treatment protocol in which Kavala, first it was the bowel cleansing and then Nasya, Kavala Gandusha and Rasayana Yoga. And here we found the changes in the objective parameter, that is the interincisal distance, which is the objective parameter for oral submucous fibrosis. So around 40% improvement was there in the period of 3 months. And as far as the coming to the second question, that is the side effects of radiation therapy, in which there are long-term and the short-term two types. These side effects can be categorized, in which the common are dryness and the decreased salivation, dryness in the mouth, hair fall, and what do you say, the thickening or the hyper or the hypopigmentation of the skin, particularly in the head and neck region. And such patient, I had done Gandush and Kavala, and for local application, I used Shaddhodkrita, which has improved the wound healing and improved the dryness of the xerostomia, with the saying that technical term, the xerostomia had improved. Earlier, the patient was having the difficulty in deglutition, but after the treatment, around for 3 months, his all this deglutition problem, the rampant dental caries problem had improved. And such many patients we have treated in our OPT. And in these patients, oral CA patients also, the supportive internal medications or the immunomodulator drugs are helpful. And another third question is that for the wound healing, few preparations I have already told, that the Jatyadi Tel, Varunadi Grita, Jatyadi Grita, Manjishthadi Grita. Manjishtha is another, Rubia cordifolia is another drug which is having very good wound healing activity. So these are very helpful, and as earlier told by the other speakers, that we follow the treatment principles of Shof or Vrana. That is helpful in all these patients. And another parasurgical procedure which we use is Agni Karma, that is therapeutic cauterization. And we are getting regularly such type of patients in our OPD, and we are getting good improvement with these. And Chamanprash, which is worldwide known as immunomodulator, I would like to mention that also, which is helpful in these patients. And for further studies that ma'am had asked, we can do like pre to radiotherapy, we can give some immunomodulators. During radiotherapy, we can give these immunomodulators, and certain procedures we can plan, and post also, to see all such what you say, effect or the impact of Ayurveda treatment. So in 3 ways we can conduct the trials for the patients in future. That's from my side, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a vast experience, huge experience. And instead of only theory, what you said, it comes out of your own practice and the experience. So it is a principal theory and application. So you have mentioned the true applications. Maybe for the listeners, it would definitely many leads for the future collaborative study, and the practitioners, they can take these leads for their integrating in their practice. So thank you very much. All the experts, you have given the vision, the roadmap, and your experience as well. Before we wrap up, as a rapid round, maybe take up our collaborator and the organizer, Dennis Chang, your takeaway from this conference, so that we then will, before we conclude this seminar. Dennis Changji, from your, what is the takeaway from this?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Nasari. It's just, again, thank you for putting together such a wonderful webinar. So, in fact, I listened to each of the speakers, and then certainly I can see there's a great potential that we can work together. I mean, the areas actually highlighted in this particular webinar is so broad, and that we will actually need sometimes to digest and to see where should we start, because obviously we can start from everything, but might be able to focus on a little bit more each of the area that we have the strengths, and then especially in light of this the Ayurveda chair coming to NICM, we are so excited and so looking forward to it. And so, again, I will see many of you in person in November, where I'm traveling with Professor Barney Glover, of the Vice Chancellor, and also Professor Deborah Sweeney, who you have met virtually today, and she will be traveling with us as well to India. So I'm looking forward to see many of you in India in 2 weeks' time and 2.5 weeks' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your feedback, and which is encouraging for all the researchers, presenters, and the speaker as well. And from the speaker side, I would like to have the feedback, 1 minute feedback from our mentor, Sri Khandelji, because you have given us the approach and you have the experience of 40 years in the clinical practice. So 1 minute feedback from yourself, sir. Final feedback from your side.
Thank you, Professor Tanujaji. Really, it was a very good experience for me also to have a total integrated approach about the cancer, which is very much challenging these days, especially in case where the chemo and radiotherapies are not susceptible by the patient. Ayurveda can introduce many of the drugs which can be given as chemotherapy or as chemical or herbs, simple herbs, to medicate the water and use 24 hours as replacement of the normal water. And I feel, I experience myself, very limited experience that is, but that is really very useful for the patient who are not susceptible or not advised, or they stopped with some other reasons, this chemotherapy, radiotherapy in between the therapy, during treatment. Then these waters, herbal waters, medicated waters are very useful, and many gold medicines are really very good. And I am benefited by this seminar, and definitely I would like to have some regular interaction with the Ayurvedic approach of the cancer with All India Institute of Medical Ayurvedic Sciences and your team. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for summarizing very nicely. And now we are towards the conclusion, and we wholeheartedly thank Ministry of Ayush, Professor Mr. Pathak ji, Manoj Nisri ji, from the Consulate General Ramanand Garge ji, Deborah, from the Western Sydney University for hand-holding and proactively extending your support. Before, without that, we could not have done. And Denis Changji, you are our strong partner, and this is our collective idea that second webinar in a line we have successfully conducted with all the support of our team. And then Khandel sir, your vision, and our esteemed speakers, Vinita Deshmukh. You can see 13,000 patient data. And the summary of that she actively, without hesitation, shared. That's a commendable work. We take away Pankaj Manjarkar, all the integrative approach, single herbs, that's really important. And from integrative oncology, we till along with Shivani, they presented. And from Western Sydney, Suzanne Deep Bhuyanji and Suzanne Matthews, they also presented wonderfully with the scientific session, integration of yoga, and what is the importance of the mind and the harmony between the mind, spirit, and the body, because that's mental makeup is also very important. And our wonderful panelists, they gave us the future roadmap, how we collaborate within ourselves, not only with Western Sydney and AIA, but it is with the people-centric approach we have to collaborate for the mind, body, and the spirit, and all the pathies which are the best and the best of the best that should be collaborated as a integrated, and not only practice, we have to develop the white paper and standardize all those practices so that becomes a standard treatment protocol to be followed by all. So thank you one and all. It is a great learning, great listening for all the scholars. Before I hand over mic to Dr. Galib, let me do one honor and the justice. So all the our integrative oncology and international collaboration back-end team, they are working day and night. So I would like to call upon Dr. Varun, Dr. Manisha, and speak the name of Shivani and the secretariat just to come behind Dr. Raj Gopal and Professor Jonas and all our teams, so that we click one picture and we just give big applause the for making this possible. And the same for the Western Sydney, Denish Changji, all the thanks to your committed team for because we are last slide from Deep Boyan was very important. What he mentioned that without them we are nowhere. So without the supporting, we are really nowhere. So thank you, and we appreciate your commitment. And all our faculty, scholars, deans, in spite of Saturday, they have joined online, and that's really is the commitment. That's the passion, that investment of the time definitely will give us more dividend in future. Thank you, and it is over to you, Dr. Gali, for formal vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Gali, pillar of our international collaboration cell in Ayurveda, and he is also Associate Dean of Postgraduate Studies. Dr. Galip, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, honorable dignitaries, senior professionals, and colleagues, and dear friends, namaskar. So, we came to the end of this wonderful event. So, though it has been offered, the vote of thanks have been offered, but it becomes my responsibility to offer once again the thanks to you all. I'm especially happy to see the high level engagement by the wide cross section of various stakeholders, including governments, including representatives from different organizations, intergovernmental organizations, etc. So at this unique platform. At the outset, I would like to thank Shri Pramod Kumar Pathaji, who is the Special Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, for his ministerial address. So we're fortunate to have Pathaji as our Special Secretary. So he, the way how he handles each and every affair is truly commendable. So thanks for your consent, time you spared with us, and supporting us in each and every activity. Thank you so much, sir. And the special thanks to Mr. Ramananji, who is Director, Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, Consulate General of India at Sydney, for his address. So who gave a clear opinion by saying that the collaborations will pave a way for newer strategies in the management of malignancies. So it was a very clear message that was given to us. So thanks are also for expressing that collaborations will emerge as a new universal solutions in healthcare. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views on this event. And a special note of thanks to Dr. Manoj Nesariji, who is advisor Ayurveda, working at Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, for his remarks. So he is always instrumental, and he plays a pivotal role in framing strategies for international cooperation whenever it comes from the Ministry of Ayush. So thanks for briefing various works that are being undertaken in the current times, and also for emphasizing upon the need of research to be initiated in cancer management. And he also emphasized upon developing e-applications in the benefit of ailing population. So thank you so much, sir, for inspiring and providing your views. So which are and also for providing everlasting support and opening. Yeah, so you also said that, okay, so there is a possibility of a joint research funds for cancer. So thank you so much for opening windows for such kind of joint research funds in the field of malignancies. So address given by Professor Deborah, who is a Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President Research at Western Sydney University, Australia, for highlighting the importance of research in basic sciences to meet the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the address from NICM Health Research Institute by, our own Professor Dennis Chang, Director of Western Sydney University, Australia, is also motivating, who said that the today's event is a very timely initiated. He said that, and he expressed his views on the importance of internationalization of Ayurveda and generating and promoting evidences against the therapeutic efficacies of the age-old remedies. So thank you so much, sir, for initiating this event. And I mean, you are, I mean, undoubtedly you are a backbone of this event. And a special note of thanks for our own director, Professor Tanuja Manoj Nisariji, who is a great leader and a mentor and a proficient administrator. There is no doubt about that. Your guidance and advices have always been invaluable in working and moving ahead in every aspect of the technical events. So thank you so much thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable address. And we also would like to keep on record your technical expertise in moderating the panel discussion. Thank you so much for your time. And in this line, so I would like to even thank our wonderful experienced speakers from Australian side. There is Dr. Suzanne and Dr. Deep and Dr. Matthews, and from Indian side, one of my mentors, Professor Sri Krishna Khandelji, and Vinita Deshmukhji, and Pankaj ji, okay, and then my colleague Dr. Huddar, and all the panel members of Dennis Chand, again Dr. Deep from Western Sydney University, Professor Sujata ji, and Manjusha madam from Indian side. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences related to the cancer management, and also for sharing a few views on certain impediments that are being faced in the management of malignancies. Thank you so much for this wonderful feast. I would like to thank Professor Jonah Hedge, so who is a Dean for International Activities at All India Institute of Ayurveda, for providing a welcome address, and Professor Rajgopala for comparing the entire program. And I shouldn't forget Dr. Dilip Ghosh for his all kind support in this event. I must acknowledge Dr. Arun, Dr. Manisha, both working in the cell at AAA, everyone's all faculty members of All India Institute of Ayurveda, senior professionals and other friends who have joined from NICM Australia, professionals from Ayush Research Councils, national institutes, that may be okay, professionals from Pune, that Integrated Cancer Treatment and Management Center, the Dinanath Mangeshkar Center, all other joined through various other platforms, let it be YouTube or Facebook, all other officials of Ministry of Ayush. A big thank to everyone. I believe that together we are making progress towards the objectives of this webinar. Many speakers, they have highlighted win-win options that can definitely improve and can help in restoring the quality of life in pathologies such as malignancies. The journey ahead, it remains demanding. Let's follow Ayurveda every day and spread Ayurveda everywhere. Thank you so much, everyone, for being there with us. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I request all participants to open their video part so that we can have a group photo here itself.
Yes.
Virtual group photo.
And our IT team, the background secretariat, Ruturaj, Mayank, and all the secretariat, they also join for the group picture. Shukla and all. Package team join. All the participants, please open your video. Yes.
Participants, please open your video, please.
Professor More and Professor Mahesh Vyas, we really thank them as well, because they are the one, because of them, all the postgraduate MD and PhD scholars are present here. So thank you. And Medical Superintendent, Dr. Anantram, and the entire hospital team.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. And we have in the morning also had a wonderful session on Ayurveda Day. So thank you all for joining, practitioners and the various groups. Yeah.
Thank you all. With this, as moderator of the total session, with the permission of all dignitaries and guest speakers and authorities, I declare this session is over and wish you all a happy weekend and happy Sunday.
And
Thank you all.
Yeah. Have a good lunch as well. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And from Goa team, we congratulate all the team faculty from Goa as well.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.